So, let's... it's been requested that I go ahead and bring this thing back. Sure, we'll go ahead and do that. So this is VOD 3. Just wanted to mention that. At this point, I think we'll just stick with it. We'll just go ahead and keep it there. And if anybody has any problems with it, then it sucks to be them. Alright, so. Not as much as I would like, Blade to Ball. One of these nights, I'll get a nice, good, long sleep. But not last night. Alright, so. You notice I don't have the game up. It's because I want to test things. So we decided to install 2 mods last night. The first and most obvious is skip the launcher. So let's see if that works. Looks like it did. Although the resolution is, of course, continuing to be wrong, but yeah, whatever. You're probably wondering, well, what's the second mod? Well, I was thinking about it. We already know that the limited party size thing is a problem. We've literally already run into that problem. And we already know that's going to be a negative. So let's just give the negative and mod up the party size. So we'll see if that mod works too. Oh yeah, one last little thing here. Why can't you see? Oh, I know why. I know why. Sorry, hang on. I know why. It's because it is very slightly different. There we go. There we go. Well, I do like having CTDs. That's my favorite thing. We actually gave DOS 2 a negative for that same problem. Not for modding, just for having that problem in general. Seriously, I love DOS 2 to death, but it's not the most stable of games. It's right up there with, I'd say, Fallout 3 in terms of overall stability. If that sounds damning, Fallout 3 is probably about average stability in terms of bad. Averagely bad.
Go on. Make me proud.
Oh yeah, by the way, we've already been copy-wronged on the music. So that's cool. So the answer to that is 100% certain to yes, Plutonia. The real question there is not, will people jump on the bandwagon? Because of course they will. That's how video game development cycles work. Someone makes something. It's usually something that people don't anticipate is going to be successful, like a CRPG, which is viewed as a niche game. It's going to be wildly successful, and a bunch of people are going to copy it. Some of those copies will be good, and some of those will suck. That's pretty much the pattern. Alright, so where's... There you are.
You have a manner of irresistible desperation about you.
What's wrong with your neck?
Like it.
Yeah, whatever. Join me.
Sorry, but I prefer groups that are a little smaller, more intimate. Lose a follower or two, and I might consider it.
I think you're right, Inosius. So let's get rid of Gale, the worst party member ever.
Let us have words.
Wait, no, don't. Why are you...
Let's move. What's up for discussion?
You're not versed in magic, are you?
I'm a bard.
No matter to worry the unlettered over.
If you meet any elder wizards, let me know. There is a matter I'd like to seek advice on from a master.
Okay.
How can I help?
Get out of my party.
I question the wisdom of that decision, but so be it.
Just get out of my party.
I'll be here in the meantime, idling away the hours.
Okay. Hey!
How can I help?
Join my party.
With pleasure. Lead on.
Cool.
My dagger-happy friend. What troubles you?
Please don't call me that.
Darling, I thought you'd never ask. Lead on.
Okay, we now have a party of 5. Yay! I mean, you've heard the story. I've told that story before, Lord Herma. But before I tell that story again, for the people who haven't heard it, thank you, King Venomui. I do always appreciate your support. Thank you. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Wait, seriously? Twitch recognizes I have 5 party members? That's funny. The new party cap, by the way, is 8. For the curious. At least the one I'm currently running. Oops. That's... King Venomui is not a plus to gameplay. Wrong document. What's the name of the mod? BRB. That's the name of the mod. Dead Space 1, R, Dragon's Dogma 2, and Yakuza Like a Dragon. You got it. Thank you. So I'm sure most of you have heard this story, so forgive me for the repetition. Once upon a time, I was playing Dragon Age Origins, and completely missed Sten. Just completely missed that he was a recruitable. Essentially walked right by him, and just, yeah. Did a whole playthrough without Sten being, part of the party. So, egg on my face. Looks like it's this one. And now everyone's telling me stream died, which is interesting because I still have full connection to stream. No dropped frames. And I'm obviously still here and still streaming. So that's cool. Whatever. Here is the exact mod I'm using. For the curious. Okay, leave camp. Leave camp. Leave camp. Leave camp. I can't remember who else I didn't recruit. I remember Zevran turned on me. I don't remember because my first playthrough I just had like the worst freaking setup for everything.
And reeking of this place. I'll never get the smell out of my clothes. I'll have to burn them.
No, I already mentioned Sten because I didn't even recruit Sten. I didn't even notice he existed. Can't remember right now. I'm too tired. I'm sorry. I talk about it during the lore run, and I think during the classic run. But I know I missed Sten. It was just I also missed several other people, or not missed. Wrong words. Didn't get or lost. Be a better way to phrase that.
I'm helping it. We're exposed now.
There he is. Good morning, Walker.
If we left, we could at least make a run for it.
Don't be grumpy, Roland. We'll get to the city soon. I am not grumpy. Scowl on your face.
Go on. Give me your best shot. Not bad. Again.
I can't do it. I'm not like you.
Umi, I don't need you to be like me. You just have to buy enough time to run. Come on. I believe in you. You can do this.
Heed the man's words, child. His form is highly efficient.
Kind words in unkind times, my friend. Well met. The blade of frontiers at your...
The man's smile bends downward, and his thoughts become yours. You are the blade of frontiers racing through the wastes of Avernus. Just ahead, a diabolical figure, red skin, single curled horn, blazes with flame, bloodied great axe held.
Hell's great fires. You were on the ship.
Yep.
Better friends than the ones hitching a ride in our skulls, at least. I'm sure you know the stories. Doomed to shed our skin and become illithid. They say there's no coming...
Illithid?
But we haven't sprouted any tentacles. Not yet, anyway. Could just be good luck. I'm not so...
Your minds collide once more. Will chases the fiend ignited with rancor. She is an infernal war devil. A threat to the living. Evil incarnate.
Shit! You saw her. Advocatus Diaboli.
Well, I don't have a good history check, so... Well, no, it's just funny, because I've literally never heard anybody say illithid in my life. So, it took me a moment to process what he was saying. So, hunting in the hells, that's, above your pay grade.
I'm no stranger to the infernal. Better to slay a devil before her fires burn common folk to ash. Her name is Karlach, an archdevil soldier I swore on my good eye to kill. I tracked her through the hells to the Mindflayer ship, but the damned illithids infected me before I could end her. She's out there now, preying on the innocent. I don't kill her, she'll leave behind nothing but a trail of corpses.
Okay, so which one of you is the evil party member? Because, you know, we gotta have our token evil party. I'm just kidding. The Nazi's the token evil party member. But don't ask me to remember her name. I've already forgotten it. The Githyanki. So... The vamp... Yeah, I guess the vampire would qualify as an evil party member, but not token. The vampire is Fenris. Calling it right now. What's her name, Inosia? It's already gone. It's already gone. She's the Githyanki.
A tadpole feasts on our skulls,
Yeah, her.
and you're signing on to chase devils.
I've seen your people in battle. I reckon you are no mere warrior, but a god's damned army. I'd be a fool to let you turn your back. Pledge me your talents, and I'll pledge you mine. I'll presume that's Githyanki for yes. Now let's move.
The famous Blade of Frontiers in the flesh. Clever, this hero act you've got going.
Hero, Blade. Name strangers gave me. My friends call me Will.
Excellent. If we ever become friends, I'll know what to call you.
Oh my. This is going to be a fun journey.
So, that cutscene right there is the reason that the limited party size thing is a negative.
Swing and swing.
Because...
And again. Swing.
It's not necessary in pretty much any case, but these games almost always go out of their way to add what I usually call banter. The idea of the party members talking and conversing amongst themselves. Good banter can make or break these games. Dragon Age 2, a game that stumbles in many ways, tends to have really, really good banter between its party members, for example. And that sucks because its party size is extraordinarily limiting. Being essentially forced to just lose out on content because you didn't bring the correct character who happens to have a line in a sequence that there's nothing indicating they'll have a line there, that's a negative. We have long since established that that's a negative. So anyways, now we have a Warlock. I guess I should level you. Yes. Actually, it isn't Darkrai, because we did some tests on that. They don't have unique dialogue in FF6. FF7 was the first game that actually had unique dialogue per party member, so FF7 will be the first game to get that negative. Use your head, MPPY, is always going to be the answer. So we can be an Arcane Trickster, which we're not going to do. A Thief, because you want more stealing in your rogue. Or an Assassin, because you want more killing in your rogue. You master the art of falling and gain resistance to falling damage. By using their brains, Czar. To be very blunt, and I'm just gonna come down on this like a ton of bricks. The idea that you can't balance around a larger party size is actually bonkers and stupid. It does take a bit more work, but it's doable. It's been doable for 30 years. There are plenty of games, including RPGs, that balance around a party size of 8 or 10 or 12. And the fact that they don't want to go ahead and balance around that party size, okay, that's a decision they could make. But as we talked about yesterday, even if you decide not to balance around a larger party, which is at least an understandable decision, that's absolutely no reason to restrict them around with regards to content, because there are always ways around this. It is really not hard to either presume the party is always there in lore, even if they're not there in combat, or to try and go ahead and have it so that they can just communicate with each other regardless of physically being present. Both of these are really easy solutions that have been done 20 years ago for this problem. Now, what about people that don't recruit or lose most of their companions? Well, then that's on them, to be blunt. To be as honest about that as I can. If you, the player, have decided to not recruit Stan, we'll go with Dragon Age Origins. If you didn't recruit Stan, or if you kill Zevran, or if you kill Oghren, or if you try to kill Morrigan, there's a lot of party members you can kill in Dragon Origins. That's a choice the player made. That's fine. No problems there. But if the player is restricted completely simply by an actual mechanic built into the game that prevents you, without modding, from being able to see content that exists in the game, that's on the game. I massively disagree with that, Lord Haremont. In fact, I so disagree with that I don't even know what point you're making. You're going to have to explain that to me, because I legitimately do not understand what you're saying. You just spoke Greek to me. Help me out here. Yeah, Dragon Age Origins, you have to work at it, but you could end up with no... Oh, the dog! That was the other party member that I skipped my first playthrough, was Barkspawn. No wonder I didn't think about him. You don't actually kill Morrigan, but, yeah. Of course it's impossible to see all the content, but that's because of feasibility, not because of artificially being restricted for no good reason. Like, you cannot change my mind on this. I'm sorry. I don't mean to come down like a ton of bricks on this point, but this is a negative that we have a long-standing history of giving. In fact, this negative predates the current system of reviews. That's how long-standing this negative is. This is something that's bothered me since, like, 1997. Sorry, but no. Limited party size is just irritating when it comes to this kind of thing. And the reason I keep mentioning the two ways that there are to work around this is to give, is to be moderate here, rather than being like, demand infinite party size, which is silly. Instead, I'm saying there are ways to solve this problem while still balancing around a party of 3. That's the point I'm trying to make. So, limited party size sucks. It is a negative. What we're going to decide is we're going to decide how many negatives we give that. Ironically, the best way to decide that will be to have this mod on that removes the limiter so we can see how much and what quality and quantity, so quality and quantity, of the extra thing is going to be. Like, we'll see. We'll see what they do with it. We'll see how bad it is. But it is at the bare minimum a negative. And yeah, we have immediate precedence for this because we gave this negative to Mass Effect, and we gave this negative to Divinity Original Sin 2. Both games have already gotten this negative under the current system. Okay. So having said all that, Thieves. Oh, what the hell do Thieves do? Additional bonus action. That's interesting. Or we can do Assassin. Higher initiative. Any successful attack roll against a surprise creature is an automatic crit. I mean, a lot of the negatives I give have been contentious, Malagor, so I suppose that's entirely valid. Like, for example, we're going to give a negative to spiders to Dragon Age Origins and 2 and 3. That's happening. And everyone in chat will disagree with me on it, and that's tough, because that's still happening. So I understand. Immediately restore your action and bonus action at the start of combat. What? The character creator did not get a negative. No, I'm not sure why it would, Sassy, to be completely honest. We'll see if this game gets the spider negative. Yeah, everyone disagrees on the spider negative. And that's fine. Because that's how that is. That's a life. Ori 2 did not get a negative on spider. In fact, so far, the only games that have gotten negatives are the big four. The four that have been the worst about that to date. It's... Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't want to get into the spider discussion, especially when we're not even giving this game a negative for spiders. So, actually, plenty of people agree with me on that, Meadfist. Plenty of people... So, here's how this works. Spiders are really common in fiction. However, there's a trick that a huge amount of people have used to make spiders more palatable when it comes to fiction. And that trick is they don't move and or look like spiders. The joke, which isn't actually a joke that I like to say, is that most games and shows and movies don't have giant spiders, they have giant crabs. And that's not a joke because that is kind of how they tend to move. I bet you right off the top of your head could think of several examples of games that have spiders, but if you look at them, they don't really move or look like a spider, right? And that's how most things get away with that and get around that. It's a common trend because not only do a lot of people not like spiders, but arachnophobia is one of the most well-known and prolific phobias that exists. So a lot of people try to avoid the spider problem simply by dodging around it. Some games actually have arachnophobia mode. It is sufficiently common that it's an accessibility thing, although that's a little bit more recent. So, that brings us to Skyrim, Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, and Dragon Age Inquisition, the 4 exceptions. Because every single one of those has rather realistic spiders. I've pointed this out before. If you look at those games, they look very realistic, and they move very realistic. Arachnophobia problems. Right? That is what it is. And because they have gone so far out of their way in a situation where they did not have to introduce those spiders and to make them a fairly common problem, it gets a negative for not giving any kind of option within the game to avoid that. Under otherwise circumstances, several people, myself included, would have difficulty even playing these games simply because of the presence of that enemy type. That's it. That's all. That's the negative. It's one negative. I don't need to jump down my throat about it. But that negative exists, and the odds of you being able to talk me out of this is extraordinarily low, because we had like an hour-and-a-half discussion about this already. Darkrai is absolutely correct. If I ever get to the point of reviewing movies, Harry Potter 2 and Return of the King will get the spider negative. I think they're actually the only ones I can think of off the top. Even the film Arachnophobia isn't that bad about it. Yes, I've seen Arachnophobia, by the way. There was another film. I don't remember what it's called. It was like a horror film about giant spiders. I know. Narrowing it down. But, The Hobbit 2 didn't bother me. It was a film about, like, giant spiders, which were, like, kidnapping folks and stealing them into, like, a mine. And it was eating people alive. And it was your typical horror schlock. I think it was eight-legged freaks. Didn't bother me. Because they were crabs. Again, we've talked about this. Most films and shows and stuff try to go out of their way to make them not look like spiders. It's a common thing. I'm not joking about that. I'm not making that up. But yeah, Hobbit 2 would not, like I just mentioned. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, like Fire Emblem is a good example. Fire Emblem didn't really bother me. Like I said, the number of normal people, Sassy? The number of people who, losing my train of thought. The number of games and shows and movies and all that stuff where it's actually bothersome is pretty small. It's a really small list. In fact, the fact that I can only come up with 6 things off the top of my head that actually bother me says all I think it needs to. I mean, someone mentioned Limbo earlier. Limbo didn't bother me at all. I've played Limbo, for the record. I do really like the idea of having that. The Diablo 3 also had spiders. No issues. Kingdoms of Amalur? No issues. I mean, I agree with you on that, Blue of Alice. But I bring up Limbo specifically because an inordinate quantity of people always ask about Limbo. It's the game everybody brings up when I bring up the arachnophobia thing. They always point to Limbo. And while Limbo is certainly a terrifying game in its own right, didn't actually bother me. Sorry, I am actually legitimately torn. I'm not just talking about this, because, like, Ambush is nice, and Initiative is nice. Like, this is Alpha Strike, right? This is freaking Alpha Strike. That's what this is. But having an additional bonus action just in general, just forever. That's useful. I think we're gonna go with Thief. Yeah, let's go with that. Combat's nice, but utility is king.
The pride of the gate.
That's interesting, because stealth kind of was broken, for lack of a better way to put it, in DOS 2. Who's your, Hang on. Yes, sir, I like how I started the sentence, who's the, and several of you understand exactly what I was asking. Apparently, a fiend. That's interesting. We'll talk about that later, I suppose. Good morning, Maverick. Sorry, so what do you think Limbo is then, Sassy, if you don't think it qualified as a horror game? Let's see, what do I want to grab on you? What I usually do with a Warlock build is, it's a platformer. Horror platformer is a thing. Is I focus on utility spells for the spells, and for damage, well, that's what Eldritch Blast is for. Puzzle platformer. I can see that. I would still call it a horror platformer, but, I mean, There's a reason they're prefixes, right? You can just keep tacking them on. So horror, puzzle, platformer tracks, right? Of course, I suppose in the interest of fairness, we're talking about two different axes entirely. The story axis is horror, and the gameplay axis is puzzle platformers. So unrelated. I mean, honestly, none of the rest of these are really worth anything. Other than maybe Charm Person and maybe Expeditious Retreat. How would I classify Braid? A pretentious puzzle platformer. Game dash immediately as a bonus action. See, the problem is it's self only. I think. I don't think I actually picked it up, but Braid itself is one of those games that tries to think it's deep by saying something simple. You remember that episode of Star Trek we were watching the other day? Where it's like, oh God, what was it? It was something really, really simple. Like, such and such is, like, slavery is bad, and that's the episode. Yeah, nukes. So, Braid's overall narrative point is nukes are bad, and it's like, okay. You got anything else going on there? Nope. Okay. But admittedly, most of my ire against Braid is against the creator. I legitimately don't remember, and that's the truth. I don't remember how much of that actually bleeds off into the game, because my memories of the game are so tainted by the creator. I can go attacks. Okay, so what do we got here? Yep, add charisma modifier to that, so let's make Eldritch Blast do even more damage. All of these are nice, but no, we're gonna go ahead, and we're gonna go ahead and get all the Eldritch Blast things. Well, you see, hazardous. You know, I've answered that twice now. Oh, wrong thing. I actually wanted this one. Invisibility until doing anything. Including moving. I've heard good things about Wrath of the Righteous. I've also heard bad things about Wrath of the Righteous, but that's what you get when you get a big game, right? I'm actually tempted by that. Magical Vision is useful in almost every one of these kind of games, and we know we're going to go below Baldur's Gate. Well, Baldur's Gate was founded by an adventurer called, I don't know how to pronounce it, it's like Balduran or Balduran or something like that, who actually did make a gate. There really is a gate there. In Baldur's Gate, the city. And, yeah, exactly. Like, there's tons and tons. Yes, there really is literally a Baldur's Gate. It's actually a thing. It's not just the name of the town. Had to do with fighting off some dudes, and it was a whole thing. It's a while ago. Sorry, I'm really torn on this, because I'm leaning towards either Devil's Sight or Armor of Shadows. Being able to essentially just have mage armor, just forever, is nice. But being able to see just forever is nice. You know? I think we're going to go with Sight. I'm going to go with Sight. And let's see, is there any spells I want to slot? We got Arms of Hadar. And Armor of Agathis. I don't want any of those. Let's see. Or maybe I do, but let's see what our other options are. I don't know yet, Yura. Like, Baldur's Gate 1 was called that because it was a video game, you know, centered around and dealing with Baldur's Gate, the city. Baldur's Gate 2 was called that because it was a sequel to Baldur's Gate 1. Baldur's Gate 2 actually has, for all intents and purposes, nothing to do with the city of Baldur's Gate. Centered more around Atlaca. Let's actually do that. As much as I like just killing enemies, let's try to play around a little bit more. Hello, Trax, yeah. Oh, we just leveled again. Okay. Well, what do we got? Hey, a level 2 spell. Let's see. Anything cool? Crown of Madness. Oh, there's darkness. Darkness, 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 darkness. Yeah, yeah, a lot of franchises start off with, you know, the name such and such, and then as the franchise develops, it can just kind of lose its meaning over time. Ooh, Misty Step, that's a good spell. The downside is it's a level 2 frickin' spell, so we're gonna get like 1 cast of that. I know we already took Shatter. Yeah, I know we do get to actually go to Baldur's Gate in 3. I don't know when. We'll get there. Yeah, Warlock spellcasting is interesting. I do like the way Warlocks are designed from a purely gameplay perspective. But, it is interesting the way they do it. I think we're actually going to go with Blind. Although, no, I'm going to change my mind on that. Change my mind. Because darkness causes blindness, but the darkness effect is beaten by the ability to see in darkness. Blindness just straight up gives you the blindness status effect, if I'm remembering how this works correctly. So darkness will be less useful against, for example, drow or illithids, but blindness would then work on both, I think. So we're gonna go with blindness. Speaking of which, we get another boon. Pact of the Chain, Pact of the Blade, Pact of the Tome. Gain the service of a familiar face spirit of your choosing. Be an animal, imp, or quasit. Or we can summon a pact weapon, which use the wielder's spellcasting ability modifier instead of strength or dex. Or we get a grimoire that allows us to cast Guidance, Vicious Mockery, and Thorn Whips. I know what the Vicious Mockery is. We've been using it this whole game. Hey, Luding Ruth. It is always good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. So, plus 1d4 to ability checks, which is pretty nice. It's also a buff. Thorn Whip. Pull the creature 10 feet close to you. Can't be pulled if it's huge in size. Yeah, I know we have Guidance on Shadow. We've been using it constantly. And we have Vicious Mockery. Yeah, Blade feels more like him. So what do we got here? Bind to your main hand weapon. Its damage becomes magical, which is extremely useful. You cannot drop or throw it, and you become proficient in it if you weren't already. And it lasts until rest. Oh, Jesus. Congrats, Linarith. So, for those of you not understanding the significance of that, a huge amount of creatures have effectively a gear check in D&D, in Forgotten Realms. Damage resistance. And damage resistance can be pierced by X, Y, or Z. One of the most common forms of damage resistance is magical. Meaning, if you are doing magical type damage, you do full damage to them. Congrats. If you don't have magical damage, then you don't. So being able to just kind of avoid that particular barrier is very useful. And again, kind of a gear barrier thing. I know, right? Like, I think it's a problem everywhere. This is one of the reasons I actually was having issues on my monk until I got to the level which gave me the ability to use my fists as magical weapons. At which point, I was the one doing consistent damage in the party because I could always hit the enemy. So I think we're going to go back to the blade. And replace spell. We just did that. We're good. We're good.
Don't be grumpy, Roland. We'll get to the sun soon. I am not. Scowl on your
I
face.
just sold a bunch of stuff. I don't think we have anything for you. That's because we don't. Okay, cool. Oh, excuse me. Ugh.
This is no fortress, and we're no warriors.
Yeah, I noticed that we do actually have a bar here. So it's obvious that at some point in time, they thought about the fact that you could have a party size larger than 4. Because there's a freaking thing for it. But, yeah, obviously, we're then, like, we'd have to, like, drag it over to him, and then drag the mouse over, and then drag it from him over to here if we had to bounce things around. But anyways, you have 14. It's medium. What do you got on right now? What are you wearing? What are you wearing? Light armor. Right, because you're a warlock. What do you got on? Added armor. Clothing. Hang on. You should be able to do this, right? Right? Yeah, no, I'm right. Yeah, I'm actually, yeah, again, the fact that Twitch and the extension is more than capable of keeping track of the party size kind of implies a lot about how they designed the game around this, and then probably decided to limit themselves to a party limit of 4, for whatever reason. There's plenty of reasons to do that. We'll see. Yeah, Larian has actually been really good about things like, you know, customer friendliness, for lack of a better way to put it. You know, hey, we want you to do this. No problem. Chukunk. That kind of a thing.
We could at least make a run for it.
This is one of the easier mods to install, by the way. What you have to do is you have to download the file, dump the entire unzipped thing, so it's like several things, dump it into your data folder, I'm pretty sure it was, in your install. And then you have to run the exe that you run the game with, whether you're running the Vulkan version or the DX11, it depends, on the batch file in order to be able to undo everything. And then you're done. You did it. Congrats.
I am not. Scowl on your face would frighten a troll. You're an idiot.
Oh, right. We should beat ourselves here for a second.
Still breathing.
Any questions?
Despite everything.
I wish I wasn't breathing, though. I wish I was dead. Documents folder? Well, I didn't do that.
By Mordai's eyes, another one. My friend's blood not enough. Come to rip me open too.
In Kresh Kalir, a formal greeting begins with a bow.
Is this monster with you?
I'm gonna glare silently.
Lower.
Okay, don't be a dick about it. That's enough. That's enough.
You dare interrupt? Has the tadpole ravaged your senses?
Enough. You will be silent. Come on. You're okay.
Thanks. What do you want from me?
Information. Where did you see a Githyanki?
On the road to Baldur's Gate, near the mountain pass. Saw us, for we saw it. Jammed its blade through Yul's belly, straight to the other side. And I just ran.
The map. Show me.
Thank you for your help. apologies for my companion.
No hard feelings.
Also, sorry your friend is extremely dead. He ran into a fascist, so... She?
If not over, then through.
Gods, deliver me.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Don't leave, don't leave.
Goblins, druids. This grove is a death trap. Grab what you can and get out. That's my advice.
Yeah, can't blame you. So, I'm going to make a prediction right now, and I don't want anyone to even react to it. I just want to get it on camera so people knows that I actually made this prediction. So, all these people are either dead, guaranteed, or dead likely.
Don't be grumpy.
I can explain my reasoning if I have to, but I do have a specific reason for that.
Scowl on your face would frighten a trap.
Thanks for fighting off those goblins. If you need to replace any gear, just ask. My selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my equipment in Elturel.
Hang on. Are you a smith?
Of sorts. Used to be a bread and butter tinsmith before Elturel fell into Avernus. These days my talents are more eclectic. Learned a lot in my time in the Hells. Hope to forget most of it. But between you and me, there's nothing in all the realms like the utter power of infernal machinery. Alas, my offerings are far more humble these days.
Right. So, we need to have a chat. No. So here's my prediction. Well, let me talk to him. Let me see what we got here. So the reason for my prediction is actually very, very simple. It's narrative structure and gameplay structure. Gameplay-wise, you want to do a tutorial. You want to have it introduce the player to the stuff. But then you want to have a lead-in to your first sanctuary area, right? Most RPGs follow this format to some extent or another. You get to your sanctuary area, there's NPCs, there's vendors, there's side quests. You play around a little bit, talk with a few people, get to know a few things of what's going on. Usually a little bit of world building, usually a little bit of character building, blah, 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 blah. Normal stuff, right? Lothering, South Figaro, the first town you go to in Oblivion, you get it. But then, where you go next from that narratively can depend wildly. And based on the tone they're going for in this game, Holberg, based on the vibe they're going for in this particular game, I imagine what's going to happen here is we're going to have the opportunity to save all these people from the goblins and or the druids, and or turn on these people because evil playthroughs are a thing that they allow to happen. We already know that you can help the goblins here, and then what's probably going to happen immediately after that is the gut punch, because we have had we're kidnapped by the Illithids and we have something. Okay, no, hang on. We're recovering. We're doing better. We can help people. We can advance. We can take care of the town. Everything's cool. Things are on the up and up, which means that's the perfect time, narratively speaking, for things to then plummet down. So what I'm predicting is there will be an event or a sequence, or if it's a good game, a battle or an encounter, which is not necessarily combat. And in that encounter, we will have a chance, probably a small chance, to bypass things going terribly.
We'll get to the city soon.
More likely, they're all going to friggity die. And you'll notice that if you're paying attention to this format, I'm not going to spoil it at this point, but this same format applies to several other RPGs as well. Yeah, it is pretty much the reason why the starter town dies is such a common trope when it comes to fiction. Even in games where the starter town doesn't die, in many cases, you can't go back to the starter town, right? This happened in KOTOR, this happened in Jade Empire, this happened in Dragon Age Origins with Lothering. You get it. It's. I know I just named 3 BioWare games in a row, but you get my point. Yeah, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood did the same thing. You're absolutely right. I've said this before and I'll say it again. There's nothing wrong with a formula and a format. What depends is if it's good.
How many people are dumb enough?
Oh yeah, Neverwinter Nights 2 pulls this as well. And actually, on the topic, so does Neverwinter Nights 1. Will anyone ever make a game that doesn't follow this formula? Oh, there's plenty. That's true, Evo. You're right. You're absolutely right. So we've got... So I don't have anyone that can wield heavy armor except for her. And she's got a decent chunk right there. She's got a Dex 2... what is that? No, that's medium. You still can't use heavy. Why can't anybody use heavy? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Okay, so do me a favor, don't spoil that, Ikit, because something I want to see for myself is if the game itself gives me a, you can't come back. warning. Cleric, so we talked about this yesterday. Cleric can use heavy depending on your type of cleric. Like a war cleric can use heavy armor.
I'll have to burn them.
Do you still have a class, a character, Yura? Or are you going to start new? If you're starting new, can I recommend Guardian? I think you might enjoy that. Why is it... So am I an idiot? Okay, obviously I'm an idiot. But because I'm an idiot, why exactly is it that when I see the mouse over to compare this to my current equipment, while I have her equipped, while I'm looking at her inventory, it shows me my currently equipped weapon? Like, I'm actually looking around the UI, trying to find something that would indicate swapping it, so that I could see, you know, her current gear. And I do not see such an option. She's selected in the lower left, she's selected on the left, and she's selected in the trade, but it's showing me right there. It's probably too small for you to see, but equipped by runner, that's my short sword. I just put it on. She has the long sword.
How long until Roland shows off his thunder wave?
Okay, and now that's showing. What the crap? Do you see that? Now it's showing me hers.
True.
That's weird. But now it's showing me the armor that's equipped my bee. But hang on. Let's mouse over her armor, and then let's look at the armor again. And now it's showing me her armor. That's weird. So if I manually mouse over her equipment, then it shows me the comparison for her equipment. But it's per piece, because you notice I had to do that separately for the armor and the weapon. That feels like a bug. Yeah, it might be a mod issue. Unfortunately, the only way to test it would be to completely uninstall the mod and do it, and I just don't feel like doing that right now. So we'll just live with it for the moment. If anybody feels like testing this, feel free.
I'll never get the smell out of my
Okay. So now that I know what the hell she's got. I do like having +1 weapons, but what I really want... I do like versatile weapons, too. These aren't even that expensive, which is weird. This does have an entry in Nexus. This is the Nexus mod we're using. It does not have any built-in mod support. All the mods we have are mods we made. Let's do it again.
Don't be grumpy, Roland. We'll get to the city soon.
I am not grumpy.
The scowl on your face would frighten a troll.
You're an idiot.
I don't know. It tells her. I haven't even looked. That's a little pricey, but I can still afford it. No, my Kamano. I'd have to rip out the files manually, and then restore the EXE, and then run the game again, and then test it, and then close the game, and then re-add the files, and then remod the EXE file. You can see why I don't feel like bothering. Hey, NLG. Hey, Wolster. That's true. I might be able to just start the Vulcan version. It's not a bad point. I'll test that in just a second.
How many people are dumb enough to ask?
True.
I think we'll go ahead and grab that. Trader will be unhappy about this offer. Look, you're going to give this to me. Here, I'll give you a slave mind for it. What? I'll give you a slave mind. Why do you have this in your inventory? Look. Adventurer. Adventurer. I don't know. I don't really mess with... yeah, I know, $2, right? I'll give you 2 gold for those 2 brains in a jar. I don't mess with Vulcan in general, so I don't actually know much about it. Sorry, I'm just flat ignorant of it. It looks like we do have 2 helmets, plus to con, plus to dex. We're gonna grab both of those because we're playing Neverwinter Nights, and none of the armor really caught my attention. Even that is just a +1 to strength saving for throws and checks, which is neat, but otherwise not that great. Oh god, it does, Gagel. Jesus, NLG! We need to have a chat. Let's go ahead and... So hang on, let's even this out. And then even this out. Thank you. And then barter.
Grumpy. Scowl on your face, fighting a troll.
You're an idiot. What's your shield? A +2 with nothing. That's a +2 with a +1 saving throw. It's only 55 gold, so I think that's worth the effort. What's your armor? You're limited to medium. But we did have that, which is take 1 less slashing damage. That's it, though. Oh, it also gets rid of the stealth disadvantage, actually. That's interesting. Thank you for checking, Innocence. I believe you. We'll go ahead and assume it's the mod. We'll not give any additional negatives for it. Which is the main reason I wanted to. Usually in DOS, too, I actually sell stuff for less than it's worth, or buy things for more than it's worth, just because it gives me rep with people. I don't know how much that matters in this game. I got the money. Screw it. I got the money. Look at the party in the lower left, arm double. Yeah, it's right there. Uncommon medium armor. Dead, TikToks. Let's get rid of the spare chain shirt because it's junk. Keep the Revify. There we go. Put that on. It does show, which is neat. Get rid of this, get rid of this. One more thing. You've got a short bow, which is junk. Or 1d6 plus 3. Tell me we got something better than that.
I'd die if I met heroic and reeking of this place. I'll never get the smell out of my clothes.
Advantage against monstrosity. Or longbows. Can you use longbows? You can use longbows. I think. Are you proficient at Hey, are you a proficient at longbow? Not gonna tell me, of course. I'm gonna assume he can use a longbow. Sure. Let's grab that. And I do believe that's it, because, yeah, you're just a medium. Or no, you're a light, aren't you? Yeah, you're a light. Can you wear medium? You cannot.
Don't be grumpy, Roland. We'll get to the city soon.
I am not grumpy.
Scowl on your face, frighten a troll.
You're an idiot.
One last thing. I swear I'm almost done. God, we look terrible. Why did I play a bard?
Shows off his thunder wave.
Depends. How many people are dumb enough to ask?
True.
Damn.
Save after all that menuing.
Uses wooden tools.
Hope the goblins aren't smart enough to poison their blade.
Really quick, I want to send this to Gale. Gale.
No rest for the wicked, I see.
Put that on.
Looking ahead.
Yeah, plenty of people come down. Mario, for starters.
Can't slow down.
Oh, there's a breastplate +1 I could just rob right there if I felt like
Die if I
sneaking.
met heroic and reeking of this place.
Hang on. So let's
Never get the smell out of my clothes.
let's DOS 2 this for a second, shall we?
Goblins aren't smart enough to poison their blades.
Go over here. Sneak.
Radio or not.
I'm not sneaking. What are you talking about? There's nothing to see here.
We're exposed now.
See, nobody can see me.
Caravan escort.
Nobody can see me.
And you quit in the middle of your shift.
You sound like
Oh no!
Someone caught you stealing.
Okay.
Just give them a good reason not to kill you.
Ah. Oh no, we're going to poke at the respec at some point. Do I enjoy combat in this game? I mean, yeah. I like turn-based combat in general. It's actually F9, because I rebound it, because it should be F9. All right. There is no other load system. It's only F9.
I'd die if I met heroic and reeking of...
this is a nightmare.
All right.
I'll never get the smell out of my clothes.
Listen, I will kill everyone in this town in order to steal that breastplate +1. It's a +1 breastplate. It's like 1,000 gold in the tabletop game.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
We're exposed now. My forge.
And we'll have a dog, right?
They don't allow them in Baldur's Gate. Cats, though?
A little orange cat.
These two are dead.
And a house with a little door
They're
so
dead.
that it can come and go as it pleases.
They're dead.
And a high fence to keep eavesdroppers out.
Yep. These two are dead. Good luck to you both. You're both dead.
Thanks. I suppose we'll all need it.
What about you? Big plans for when you get to the city?
Yeah, I'm gonna find your corpses. First thing that's gonna happen. I like all of these options. So I'm gonna be a whole new person, which is what I'm going to pick. I'm worried the Baldurians are gonna rob me for all I'm worth. Yeah. Knowing me, there's a high chance I'll start a fire and be sent to jail. Yeah. How can you make plans? I can't remember what I ate for breakfast. All right, how many of you relate to that one? Not me, because I'm the opposite end of that spectrum. But I'm gonna go with option 1. Whole new person.
Know what you mean.
Do we ever?
But I've heard there's all sorts in the city. It might not be like it was in El Terrell. I mean, in Baldur's Gate, they give you a chance.
Good luck to you. Wish us a little too. I think we'll all need it.
Surely destined for the slaughter. What would be more perfect than to die by your love's side? And known love was not enough.
Look. Dirge. Would you piss off, please? I'll become the new mayor after I kill the last one. No, we don't say that out loud in Oceans. Okay, I wanted to actually do something. Can't remember.
And you quit in the middle of your shift.
You sound like your father.
Damn goblins.
I can oogle the gash in her flesh. I can oogle? What is wrong with us?
Like the sight of blood, do you? Thought you'd have had your fill at the gate. Might be more blood spilled yet, if Zevlor starts in on the lectures again.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you here.
Well, finally, someone who ain't got horns where their good sense should be. We
I'm-
expected a soft job. Something to test the new lad, maybe, but not a bloody goblin nest. Most would have turned tail at the sight, but not Liam, no. He charged him, the stupid bastard.
So, I'm guessing that didn't end well.
Nah. He must have thought we were following. Always the optimist was Liam. Hope they cut him down quick before he saw we were gone.
You what? You? Okay. Yeah, no, that tracks. Don't worry, he died knowing you betrayed him to his death.
Please. I've been through enough.
Okay. Apparently he doesn't like Dragonborn. Jeez. Oh, Maverick's right. I'm covered. We're good. Yeah, these people are all turbo dead.
We've known enough grief this 10-day traveler. Don't be the cause of more.
Yeah, sure. What's that? Oh, Karlach. And the Kresh, Warrior, and Auntie Ethel, which is definitely not a trap. Wink. We haven't talked to the Druids yet, though. Tell me, what is the mystery of the Druids?
Depends. How many people are dumb enough to ask?
And I'm just saying that to see if anybody gets the reference.
True.
Keep your feet
I
planted.
don't think I talked to him yet, actually.
I saw you at the gates. You fight well. A few words for the kids? Spare a story or two.
Soak the battlefield with blood. Do not resist death, but embrace it. Or, bad news, kids, you're all gonna die. So, be strong and watch over your kid. In trust, there is victory.
Thanks. I prefer when they smile.
So, I have not beaten Mystery of the Druids. I think I've mentioned a few times that I had a period of my life where I just, like, ate up point-and-click adventure games. And that was one of the ones that crossed across my radar during that period of time. I played it to a certain point. If you're familiar with it, you know the exact point I got to. And put it down because I could not figure out my way through it, and I wasn't really in the game facts part of my life yet. Years later.
You ain't gonna shoot me. Your hands are shaking.
Put it down. She can't fight back.
That's the point. Get out of the way!
She didn't kill your brother, Arca. You're better than this.
Yeah, but she's a goblin.
Your mind wanders. If the crossbow bolt shot through her mouth, would she taste the metal before she died?
Shoot before you lose your nerve, Tiefling. If you ever had it to begin with.
Seriously, she's a goblin. Who cares? Let her die. No, it's okay. It's Forgotten Realms. Always chaotic evil is a thing in Forgotten Realms. It probably shouldn't be. But it is. Real quick, sorry, just to finish my story super quick. It was actually the alcohol thing where I had to get the beggar's change. Just go ahead and give that away. But I was like, okay, no problem. I've got this game, and oh my god, this sucks. And I just put it down. Years and years and years later, I became aware of Mandalore Gaming, specifically because of his coverage of the Total Warhammer series, which came to me because of my own looking into the Total Warhammer series. And then I was like, well, he has a decent enough style. When I have spare time, which is not often, I'll go ahead and look at some of other stuff. And I happened to notice he had a playthrough of Mystery of the Druids, which I have watched in full totality twice because it's a fantastic video and I highly recommend it. But let me just say that I'm kind of glad that I never actually finished playing that stupid goddamn game. Moving on. So, Moving on. Yeah, goblins are a kill on sight, like it or not. It's one of those situations where even if you're like, the answer is no. There are a few races that have some exceptions, but like even kobolds lean their way to that direction. So...
I'm not afraid. Chosen by the Absolute, I am. I'm blessed. Oh, I'll bless you, all right.
What's the absolute... No, don't answer that.
Here it comes, you little beast.
So, shooter. Nice shot.
Is that everything?
Now, I can't help but notice here that I can talk with you. Get up. Got a couple of questions. That is not an evil act. I'm sorry, Masker Man. So, God, they give us 6 questions. Let's ask the question that's most important first. What the hell's the absolute?
Everything. All of us.
Who's the leader of your tribe?
Boss Ragslin and the Drow.
Cool. That confirms that you and your kind need to die. Let's see. That's true, Blade Traval. You know, honestly, I feel sympathy for this poor Illithid lying injured on the ground. If only I would let its warm tentacles embrace my scalp. Then I would finally be able to be happy. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna go and ask about the loot. What do you got for loot?
Ragslin. Waterfall. Bridge.
Okay. Thanks. So you should have been killed on sight, not captured. I'm gonna be very blunt about that. But since you're probably not going to answer questions anyways, this is actually a really efficient method of interrogating someone in Forgotten Realms. You kill them, and then you speak to their corpse. So, honestly, it makes sense. What they probably should have done is just gone ahead and killed her, like, immediately, and then been like, alright, let's talk to her.
Scouting. Snooping. Tieflings. Don't fight. Fair.
Says the goblin.
Saza, toughest in the tribe.
Well, not anymore, obviously.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Yeah, corpses cannot lie. Now, they can only tell you what they know, obviously, because you're effectively tapping their soul. Or some GMs rule it a little bit differently than that. That's a nuanced thing that only matters in very, very specific situations. But either way, the point is, you're more likely to get realistic answer. Real answers, excuse me, unlying answers, than you are if you interrogate a living person. Now, if you're a particularly high-level party... No kidding, Lord Aramut. It actually irritates me, if I'm being totally honest. When I used to run campaigns in Forgotten Realms, I would tell my players right up the bat, I don't follow the, always chaotic evil thing, because I just never agreed with the concept. But we've talked about this before. Acceptable targets. There's a lot of acceptable targets in Forgotten Realms. Like a lot of acceptable targets. Like a lot of acceptable... Anyways, but yeah, no, if you're high enough level, you can actually kill them, interrogate them, and then res them. Is it possible to play not an a-hole, not a quick betting, and always selfish with loot in tabletop games? I don't know how always selfish, but not a-hole, and not not kleptomaniac, that's easy, but if you're trying to be a dick, I don't know, I think you can be selfish without being a dick, because it boils down to not being a dick, right? Like, if you want something and you take it, and sure, whatever. But if, like, I don't know, I can't think of an example right now. I think it's possible. Let's just put that. Are the drow an acceptable target? So here's the thing. Once upon a time, the answer to that was, Yes, because they were dark elves. And then they decided to start trying to gray them out, and they added Illustrate, whatever frickin' name is. And they added the whole idea of decent drow, and but let's put this simply. If it is a Lolth worshipping drow, then yes, they are always acceptable targets. But at that point, it's more of a faction thing than a species thing, and I mean, that makes more sense even in real life.
This is no fortress.
So I think it's time to go talk to the Druids. Like, if you meet a priestess of Loth, then yeah, you can kill her on the spot and not really suffer anything. Before you think I'm being too harsh, notice that we did not do that during my particular campaign in the Underdark, so... In fact, one of our longest-standing, most staunch allies was a devout priestess of Loth, who helped us all the way up to and including the final battle.
Please, let us through!
And I managed that with a charisma score of 10.
Let my daughter go right now!
She's a thief, hellspawn. And you will wait for Korga's judgment. Now get back!
Oh, let me through, Mragrasham, or I'll rip your damn throat out!
How many of those per day do you have? Oh, Forgotten Realms, by far, Lord Hermod. By a huge margin. Warcraft is actually
Give him a chance.
more typified
Get back.
by exceptions, right? I mean, there's actually a surprisingly large number of decent demons in Warcraft, for God's sakes. Okay, so... I'm not really looking for trouble. Can you just let me pass?
No, and you'll find trouble all the same unless you get out of my sight.
I really don't want to fight you. Really?
What? Oh, I understand. You. Apparently Korga wants to see you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, the mere fact that orcs are not acceptable targets is a good insight into the Warcraft setting. They have an Idol of Sylvanas, which I can steal. It's worth 350 gold. I'm just gonna walk up and take it. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. I'm not even gonna sneak. I'm just gonna... Right in the middle of a Druid's Grove.
The idol! It's gone! Stolen!
Oh no!
The time has come. Remove the outsiders!
Wait, what? That's... What? I stole it right in front of you, and you're like, oh no, who could possibly have stolen? You gonna murder that guy? That looks like a yes. You just murdered someone. I just want you to know that. Oh, there we go. That's what I was expecting. There we go. Okay. Cool. I did it. I successfully made murder happen. But it's okay, because it's good murder, not bad. Okay, yeah, so rewind. I mean, they're druids. Of course they're dicks. Something that Forgotten Realms does piss me off about is that they usually treat neutral as evil. No, really, I'm not being facetious. One of the reasons that I hate the Harpers so goddamn much, despite being an ostensibly good organization, is the fact that in several games and campaign modules, the Harpers are evil. Just straight evil.
She must be terrified.
I bet she's given...
Like...
These boots have seen everything.
What else to add to that? Alright, where's Twitface? Yeah, it's... I mean, there's worse than the Harpers, which is sort of sad when you think about it. Because there's the Zentarum. And the, oh, I can't remember the other one. There's another big group, but... I mean, there's a lot of groups. There's the frickin' Fae, for God's sakes. What do you get when you mix a mercantile race with necromancers and slavers? But no, that's... The single worst individual in Forgotten Realms.
Dark times.
Ayo.
And getting darker.
No, really. It's Ao. Think about it. But that is admittedly a bit of an asterisk and a bit of an interpretation. So if we say that that's unacceptable of an answer, I would go with Cyric as my second pick.
What's up for discussion?
Speak.
Yeah, Ao, Alpha, Omega, yeah. So what were you saying to that Boyd?
The bird knows. She needs to know. You do not.
Ao doesn't have a church, but Ao has followers. Which, as several of my friends will point out, is honestly hysterical. Because here's the deal. Here's how this works out, okay? So, as we talked about yesterday, when you worship a deity, what you're doing is you go ahead and say, hey, you know, I've agreed to work for you and follow your tenets. I may or may not actually follow your tenets, but the point is, in this act, I have now gained power from you. Tangible power, right? Like, it's provable. The deities exist. There's no debate here. They're right over there. You can talk to them. So, if I worship, let's go with... Oh, God, they all suck. I'll go with Bahamut, because Bahamut's okay. I worship Bahamut, and I'm a cleric. I literally can use magic because it's granted to me by Bahamut. It's a tangible reflection on it. So let's say I'm a cleric of Ao. So I go to cast anything at all. And what happens is nothing. Because Ao doesn't give magic to his followers. Because Ao doesn't give a crap. So there are people who actually are followers of Ao. And there are people who worship Ao. And in a setting where deities are a tangible thing, and they get nothing out of doing so. It's amusing to me. Sorry. Anyways, I helped defend the grove. I am not your enemy. Total bonus, plus 11. I literally cannot fail this roll unless I roll a 1. 24.
Forgive me. It is not you I fear. It is my brethren. More follow Korga every day. They are afraid, and she offers a simple solution. Eject the refugees, and we will be safe.
Which is one of the dumbest goddamn things I've ever heard. But also, with regards to this video game, it's a very stupid idea.
Perhaps not. But that does not make it right. Only Master Halsin can stop this. I pray my bird returns with news of him. If not, I fear for my people.
Are you helping to prepare for this ritual?
I would prefer not to. But if Master Halsin does not return, Korga will give the order. And my voice will not matter.
Silver, Arm Devil. Oh, wow. Play to fall. Congrats. So someone asked me about the dice. Ask me again the next time a dice roll shows up, and I'll point it out.
Shh! I'm concentrating. Does this look good? Is the coin in the middle?
I'm gonna go with the Bard option here. Trinkets will rust, friend, but a song shines on forever. Go and give it a try.
He lets out a tentative chirp. Gaining confidence, he starts a song, abandoning his nest-building efforts.
Grab the key there. I'll leave the gold. Let him keep the gold. It's 1 gold. Relative value is a thing. 1 gold's nothing to me, but to him.
I'm sleeping.
Could you scooch a bit? I need to use the elevator, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Murder! Alright, hi, Panka. Thank Panka.
You there! Hello!
Hi. Right. Game. There we go.
Ah, my good friend. You were at the gates just now, no? When the goblins came? You saw them up close?
Your hat looks
A few
stupid.
questions, if you please. There's no overstating my interest.
Your collar also looks stupid.
Glory. Now then, how would you describe that particular batch of goblins? Size, nature, distinguishing qualities?
You search your mind, successfully recalling various details of goblin behavior.
You know what's sad is I've been staring at his outfit. Because it's me and Fashion Runner. And it's actually not a bad tunic. Other than the collar and the hat. Like, if you just mentally remove the two. It doesn't look too bad. So we're going to give... Ooh. We can flourish. Or we could be precise. We'll go with this one.
Aye, a scholar after my own heart. Spent much time among goblins?
I mean, people wear all kinds of bad fashion in real life. Look. Doesn't make it any less bad. I mean, look at me. Alright, I am a student of the page, which is probably true. I'm a bard. And for those of you not aware, in lore, generally speaking, whatever you're thinking of as a bard, generally bards are people who go to college and universities. Often plural. So we are probably actually pretty alerted, second only to, I'd say, wizards in terms of classes.
Uh-huh. I've always preferred experience to the second-hand accounts of lesser men. But to each their own. Now, I've a few more questions, if you don't mind. And the dragon they had marching in the rear, was it of the brass or silver variety?
I actually like option 4. A brass or silver dragon would die a million deaths before allying with goblins. Because that's true. It's okay. Speaking, it's God, Forgotten Realms. You want to know the very, very first race I ever bypassed the always chaotic evil rule with? It was dragons. Because, and lots of things have made fun of this over the decades. But if you see a red dragon, congratulations. They're evil. They're literally color-coded. They're literally color-coded. Oh my god, someone just released their claim on my Baldur's Gate 3 video. I'm weirded out by that because I didn't even contest it. I just didn't even bother. Anyways. So, yeah, no.
Witnesses noticed a red dragon marching at rear.
No. No.
Last question, then you'll be quite free. Did the attackers rally to the absolute when they fell upon the gates?
Blue are... So, chromatics are evil, metallics are good. And then it gets tricky, because then there's elemental, there's crystalline, there's primals, and all of them are whatever. Except the elementals are neutral. But the point is, they're all whatever. But amongst the base dragons... like a 1.5 foot tall, Amongst the base dragons, chromatic are evil and metallic are good. I'm going to go with this.
They did, didn't they? Oh, curious. Oh, curious indeed. I've interrogated one, a captive in this very camp. She reports they've abandoned their god Maglabiet in favor of someone called the Absolute. The scandal!
It's very dramatic. How has Maglabiet responded?
Oh, I'd imagine him quite displeased. Since their change in allegiance, these goblins are informed by a kind of strategy anathema to their kind. I, for one, intend to get to the bottom of it. I'm just preparing to head to their camp as we speak, in fact. If you'll excuse me, I ought not to door roll.
Why a dragon?
My friend, every story benefits from a dragon. Until we meet again.
See, I was about to say it's because I was there. And I actually unironically love the idea that people saw me in the back. I was like, oh my god, it's a dragon!
Yes, I see. And is that with...
Jesus, Blackfell. Of course, that's Pathfinder. Yeah. Let's just listen to Takoida act. It's really, really simple. If you see a red dragon, they are intelligent and conniving. If you see a green dragon, they are manipulative and evil. A blue dragon is generally a little bit more acerbic. A black dragon is just horrifically evil. Of course they are. A white dragon's a moron. And I think that's the list. Yeah, I think it's the list. Amongst the metallics, we've got the Prickster, we've got the Loner, we've got the Jackass, we've got the uppity stuck Jackass, like the person with the giant stick up their bum, and then the Good Dragon. And of all of them, there's one good dragon type, and it happens to be Silver. Now, this is totally unrelated, but if you look at the visual stylings of dragons from Forgotten Realms, because they all have distinct visual appearances, Silver dragons look the coolest, in my opinion.
I wish I could understand.
That is an interesting coincidence, because that's actually why we went with Silver, is because it looked cool. Anyways.
Just a moment. This man is recording my story. I am far from home.
As the colourful man starts scribbling, the bear sneaks a quick look at the page. His brow furrows. Incomprehensible squiggles surround a crude sketch. A bear disemboweling a clutch of tieflings.
Wow, it's just like real life news media. Alright, so. Put over here. I mean, all the metallics can be good, but I'd rather not deal with a metallic unless it's a silver. Especially if it's a gold. God, golds are just headache-inducing. So why are white dragons morons? Because the writers decided that they are.
Their confidence, if you insist.
If you want more of an answer than that, I don't have it. It might exist. I don't think I've seen a pigeon. We saw a bird. Like this little Timber guy. Hey, Timber. Yeah, copper are the pranksters I mentioned earlier.
Get out!
The squirrel lunges at your foot and bites it.
Excuse me?
You barged in without an invitation. I wouldn't call that friendly. See, you're in my territory, and I want you gone.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, we gotta jot down a potential story positive. Speak with animals. Oh, we already did. Okay, cool. You know, I'll spread word about this wonderful patch of land ripe for the taking. Okay, dice. Whoever was asking about the dice. So you're wondering, how did I do that? Well, you see this in the lower left? See? There's the blue dice, the red dice, and the normal dice. That's it. I have no idea where it came from, but that's where I was able to activate it. I think I bought this game in early access, but I never played it. Not once, not even for a minute. So, it might be just from having functionally pre-ordered the game.
Okay, calm down. We can make a deal. How about this? You can stay if you keep those ugly feet on the ground. I'll even sweeten the pot. Found some weird smelling stuff on the ground. You can keep it, but these trees are mine. Follow the rules and I won't have to intervene. Got it?
We received hyena ear, which can be made for a potion of that. Thanks? I'll go with thanks. I actually wonder, I guess I do have the deluxe edition, you know, again, by virtue of having pre-ordered. And by that I mean buying the early access. I don't think I have it, Dr. Winter. That's a good point. Hang on, was that you? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? Why are you here? Whatever. Bind, packed weapon. There we go. Now we have a magic weapon. Yay. Yeah, I understand why they're here. It's just funny. Oh god, now we're here. Ah! Let's see what's up here. That's a bugbear assassin. Oh my god, go, 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 go. Stop, 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 stop. Where am I? Ah! Get up there. Where am I? Jesus Christ, get up the goddamn frickin' thing. She's got 1 health left. Okay, okay, hang on. Okay. I've got 4 actions. It's those 4. Where is she? She's further down. She's further down. I'm the only one close at all right now. Okay. Let's have you go. Come on, I know you can make this. You can do it. You can do it. Yeah. Nope. Okay. Damn. All right. It's Fallout Bear. You're assassinating this poor woman. Why would you do this? I don't have anything I can do on him. Well, okay, that's actually a good point. Right, because we got the 2 actions. Hang on, so that's cunning action, dash. Okay. Hey! I forgot. I'll remember my options in this game at some point, I swear. Alright, so let's go over here to make sure we're out of the way of everything.
With finesse.
Go. Okay. Now. Yeah, let's just see what happens here. Oi, Susie! And as my second bonus action, I should have done that first, but whatever. And now you're concentrating on that, and go ahead and move over here to kind of like be like, hey, look, I'm a rogue. You can totally attack. All right, you can. You can. Okay, now can we do the charge? We can.
Let my name be known.
What? What? Hang on, what? What the hell is cutting words? Target receives a penalty to attack roll. But why did I use cutting words? It's a reaction. Target receives 1d6 penalty to attack roll, ability check, or... What prompts that reaction? Hang on, hang on. We're gonna go deep diving for a second here. Oh, I guess we'll do it in a second. We'll do it in a second. We need to figure out why that did it. Because it's a reaction, and that's how reactions work, but I'm not sure what provoked it. Let's go ahead and make sure we're over here. You know what? Let's go ahead and action surge, because I want this guy dead. In his stupid, ugly face. Okay. Reactions, which is definitely something I have somewhere. Reactions. In my spell book? It's probably... Yep, okay. Okay, cutting words. In reaction to what? So what causes it to happen? Okay. I believe you, Dr. Winter, but what indicates that? Like, this is easy. Attack an enemy that's moving out of your reach. So it's clear what the reaction is. It's to something leaving your threatening area. It even specifically is moving out of reach rather than into, which is a specific that matters. This reaction. Target receives a 1d6 penalty attack roll, ability check, or damage dealt. Yeah, but why? What provoked that? So, up. Someone's damaging a door over there. Okay, hang on. Can I make this larger? Hey, I can. Okay, there we go. Door took no damage. Thanks, game. In reaction to her action. So she used jump. She used rush attack. Which is a save. So you're right, Dr. Winter, but this doesn't answer my question at all. Or perhaps Mark Elite answers it perfectly. In other words, nothing. The answer to my question is nothing indicates what actually provokes this on the tooltip. Got it. Cool. I'm just going to double check to make sure we've given a negative for tooltip issues, because this is not the first time we've run into that. Tooltip. Oh, there it is. No, right there. Negative number 12. Okay, cool. Anyways, hi, you're alive.
Moving in.
Let me loot this guy really quick. Or nothing.
You have good timing. Never been much of a fighter, so wrestling a bugbear would have gone poorly. But you're not here for heroics, are you? Avernus's stench is all over your skin. Let me guess. Your devil mistress sent you to get her soul coin back. Too bad. I earned it, fair and square.
I just saved your life. This is the thanks I get?
Why, thank you, dread slayer of bugbears. You shall live forever in my memory. Now take my regards back to that pouting Irenes and leave me alone.
What are you on about?
Then our interests barely intersect. I'm sure there are other bugbears to kill. Best of luck finding them.
Indolence breeds madness. Your actions are pushing tempers to the limit.
It's fine, it's fine. Just be over here. She's dead! Oh, she didn't die. You were at 1 health! How are you healing? Used regain hit points. 1 time a day, regain hit points out of combat. You jackass! Alright, fine. You get to live.
What's next?
Although, on the other hand...
Chaka.
There's the soul coin, which can power infernal engines. On death and resurrection. I mean... You see that? You ever wonder how I keep my shirts straight? That's how. I'll tell you one thing. The game cleverly is very badly optimized, which means I'm disinclined to reload state constantly to detect things. Let's get a view out here.
Don't waste a step.
Nice view. Camera. No, camera. 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 Oh god, I can't. Bye, everybody. Bye. Oh, there we go. Oh god, now it feels claustrophobic. I have seen long-range cameras. I can't go back.
If you insist.
I was being facetious. The game is not very well optimized. There is a pretty big difference between demons and devils. Different mentalities, different magical currents, different locations they come from, different locations they're bound to. Like, even in terms of the actual makeup of their being, they are very, very different. But the main difference as far as an everyday perspective, just, you know, a layman on the street, is one of them is, and the other one is, yes, please, come and work for me. And I will go ahead. That singing is in lore? Anyways, one of them is a murder hobo, and the other one is trying to sell you loot boxes. Demons are not red. In fact, devils are not necessarily red. Oh yeah, nope, this giant pile of blood and gore and bones, I must go towards it. I must go towards it. Yes. Yes! I mean, hi. I mean, yeah, honestly, devils tend to be corporate evil, long-term enslavement kind of evil. Demons are just...
Such a pretty song.
Oh god, the music's coming from the water. That's even worse! Oh god!
I should speak up.
Get away from the water, kid.
Listen.
Get away from the water.
Your favorite drownings all take place in shallow water. Just a slice of the ankle tendons.
Don't you hear it? It's so peaceful.
Kid. Go back to shore.
No. It's just a bit of water. I only want to listen. Just a little closer.
No. Okay, could be worse.
Yes, everything's gonna be fine once I get there.
No, please let me intervene. Please, game! Oh, God! Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Is my party here? Oh my God, my party isn't here. None of my party is here. I'm a bard! The party was like, nah, let him die. I can't switch while they're doing their turns. Also, they, of course, have all the initiative.
Malodorous pustule.
Okay, so, yeah, hey. Hi! Hey! Yeah! Could you, like, you know, get the hell down here, please? No, I can't, Pancakes. While their turns are happening, I'm kind of locked out from the interface. As soon as I now have actions, which I now do, I can go ahead and get involved. DOS 2 was interesting because DOS 2 is real-time, but also turn-based. Which is interesting in its own right for reasons I won't go into right now. Why are you... Do you see where he is? I won't blame you if you don't, because he's right here. Can you get out from there? Nope. You are body blocked. So's Gale. You know what? Yeah, we have infinite time. Sure. I don't have a closer one? I do not. I mean, the movie is an abomination and the play is boring, so I'll take the play. Okay, so, follow me! So the way it worked in DOS 2 is anybody who was in combat was part of the turn-based order and was for all intents and purposes locked into like a pocket dimension, for lack of a better way to put it. What this means is you can have one party member walk up and be like, "Oh God, I've joined combat, help," and then the other people can be, "Oh God, I'm coming to help," and then we'll eventually jump in, and we'll jump in at the end of the initiative order. Not exactly in good position, but we'll at least be part of the combat. But we do have, for all intents and purposes, infinite time to go ahead and catch up. This is actually something you could use strategically, tactically,
without delay.
In DOS 2. Because what would normally happen is one player is like, "Hey, talk," and it's like, okay, this is going to be a fight. So the other player would disengage from the conversation.
You will not even see it.
Disengage from the conversation, buff and heal, and generally get in position for the fight, and then re-engage with the conversation, and then start the fight. And there's a few other things you can do with that. I don't know, Mr. Red. I don't know how well this game would play on a lower-end computer. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I need to find this option you just mentioned. Interface, maybe? Show full tooltips when pinned. Okay, let's try always. See if that changes anything. But for now, we gotta wait a minute, because we got some pathfinding going on.
Ah, my grizzled friend. What can you tell me about this place?
Don't worry about it, Push. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Ah, thank you, Damashi. So there you go. The game can run on an older rig. Okay, so let's try to get involved in this fight. I actually want to do this in a weird way, so we're going to go over here. Ah, yep, there you go. See, and they're slotted in at the end of initiative. That's pretty much copy-paste to how DOS 2 did it. So now it's my turn.
I won't give in.
Help! Okay, so we're going to go ahead and cast Longstrider on myself. Hold on. I don't really have a preference, Colgan. They're just different approaches. Yeah, I should mention I'm on a death rig with an M2, actually. The nuclear submarine, as I am fond of calling it. Okay. It's a good computer, Czar. Like I said, it's the nuclear submarine. But an M2 is a better SSD. You go your typical spin disk, then you go SSD, then you go up to an M2. And I believe there's actually a better one nowadays, but M2 was as good as it got when I got it. My gaming drive is an M2. And so is my render drive. I've got 2 of them. Okay, so... Kid's fine in health for the moment. I am not. But I can live for a bit. So yeah, no, let's Bane. Oh no, they're out of range, aren't they? And we're right here. Okay. The bird that's singing is this one over here. So I do believe we could, in fact, stop them from singing. It's a concentration effect. But I don't think we can do that right now. Damn, the kid's too heavy for me to throw. We've also got one behind us. Yeah, sorry, I should get a backup save here. We'll put this on 2. I think it was someone with a higher strength score than me being pissed. In case you missed it, it literally says too heavy to throw right there. I'm not Trihexia. That's the whole point. I'm going out of my way to try and save this child from harpies. Pretty sure that's effectively the goddamn opposite of playing a murder hobo. I don't have good options here. I actively don't. So... it's too far. I could provoke an Oppie, which I really don't want to do. Or I could just shatter. Yeah, let's just do Vixer's Mockery, not because the damage is worth a damn, but because it's going to give them disadvantage.
Rank malodorous pustule.
Now, I'm not going to abandon the kid. We are going to scooch a little bit. That doesn't provoke anything. And we do still have the ability to heal. Honestly, I do, Yura. It's... like, it would get several pluses, but its length and its simplicity would be very much to its detriment. Its story was not impressive, and its combat loop was decent, but stretched too much. So I don't think it would score particularly well. It wouldn't be, like, negative territory. I just think it would be, like, 20s range, you know? That is, of course, by memory. I haven't played that since it came out. Let's commit. The kid is food, Triaxia. These are harpies. They're not people. Which is funny, because they have an int of 7, which would put them at, you know, just a little bit below average from regards to a person. So the whole reason I gave the Harpy disadvantage on their next attack roll was because the kid was lured, and that means the kid was going to provoke the Oppie. But it sounds like I need to provoke the Oppie in order to save the kid, which I was hesitant to do because I'm already at half health, but whatever. We can take the hit better than the kid can. I can't throw the kid. He's too heavy. I've got these weak, spindly arms. If I'd been playing a paladin, I could throw the kid. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to repeat the previous trick.
Even Helen gaggle.
And we're going to fail this time. Okay, cool. We're going to provoke the Oppie. They're going to miss, despite not having disadvantage. We're going to go and heal ourselves. We're going to wait. Kid's going to move. No Oppie. Kid has low movement range because it's bad terrain and things. That's okay. Now let's get the rest of the party involved. I want you over there. God, we're way up here. Okay, so we can do that switch party thing.
Swift and lethal.
Which is good, because she's up front. I want her to move first. Yeah, the kid got murdered in one shot. He's a kid. He has no health. In fact, actually, what is his AC? That's actually a good question. We could just check that. His AC is 10. He's actually got good stats for a kid. Look at that. He even has resistance to fire damage. Alright, so I want her... I need her to book it, essentially. So let's go ahead and dash. Commit, and get her as far down here as she can. Just book it. Now, can she... Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. We're not gonna do that. We're just gonna do this. We're just gonna do this. Run, 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 run. We can't action surge because we haven't taken a short rest before we ran into this encounter. I didn't know it was going to be here. Whoops. That's it.
To kill.
Okay.
A rough tempest I will raise.
Let's... where are you? Where are you? There you are, Shadowheart. Okay, so you... I kind of want you to do a similar thing. Let's go ahead and also dash on you. Let's get down here. Okay, and that's kind of all she can do here. So we're just gonna live with that. What is your range? Yeah, let's just see our range here. So we have a lot of hide advantages.
Mutilate them.
Nice shot. Okay.
This will do nicely.
Yeah, in DOS 2, height was so mandatory. There's an ability archers got, which literally just has you hop into the air, shoot, and then fall, which I would consider mandatory. Like, I leaned on that ability so hard. Okay. I think I'm going to go ahead and use bonus action, dash, and get some more movement over here onto this cliff so I can get some height and some archery going. I could do another one. How much closer do I want to be is the question. Can I check my range from here? I can. So that is... Path is interrupted. That's in range. That's in range. But that's the one I really want. So it looks like I do want to get closer. So let's go ahead and pop another dash. I don't know why I wanted this. Yeah, height gives you some fun stuff in the P&P, which is nice. But since it gives us less here, we're going to go and go down to get closer. We're going to go down here. We're now in the range of the lowering song, which is great. Please resist that.
Gone with the weave.
Alright, Mage Boy. Hey, could you, like, what's the range on that? 60 feet? Height, you know, actually, I'm not sure how height advantage works out. Hang on, let's check the log on that. There's Asterion, hit. Hey, the door took... Oh my god, I just realized what the door is taking fire damage from. That's the freaking trap I set off. Like, yesterday. That's what keeps... that... It... Anyways... It's clogging my log! Okay, so Asterion used sneak attack ranged on Harpy. So what's the full dice roll? Give me the full dice roll. Here we go. Looks like we got a +2 for high ground. And that's it. We didn't get a damage modifier, and we got nothing else. That's... Okay. I can understand not wanting height to be too overpowered. But +2 for being that high up? That also means, if I'm reading that correctly, that height bonus, it doesn't matter how high you are, only that you have a height bonus at all, which... I don't think I'm in favor of, if I'm being honest. I do agree that it can be a bit much, but at the same time, giving more options and giving more benefits, generally speaking, in a tactical game like this, provides one thing. Tactics. It encourages the player to think and try to outmaneuver and outposition their enemy. Yeah, exactly. Terrain has to matter for this kind of stuff. It's why we have a completely separate category for judging terrain in strategy games. Ah, well, that sucks. So, Mage, right. You're gonna scooch. Scooch. And then go ahead and give me a magic missile on that thing. Just one. Let's go ahead and push the others onto that one. Thank you.
Battle favors the fearless.
And you, I haven't actually gotten to use you. Hex would be nice right about now. Eldritch Blast! 60-foot range. So, same, in other words. That's funny, because you know what I loved most about playing DOS 2? Really? It was the surface interactions. The terrain and the surfaces was one of the reasons why DOS 2's combat never got old. Because there's always oil, right? There was always fire. There was always fog. There was always the frickin' acid crap. There was always the ice or the water status effect. The way that you could interact with the terrain in DOS 2 was legit. It made the combat consistently fun.
Fleet of foot.
I'm not trying to be too judgmental of this game. I'm sure this game will be perfectly fine, but yeah, like come on. Anyways, okay, so Eldritch Blast. Oh, okay, I like that. I think that's as much as we're gonna manage with the first time. I think that's pretty good. And now that I've said that, I'm gonna grab a quick save, and before we end our round, I'm gonna see how well this poor kid does. Let's see what happens. Alright, cool. Depressing, cool. So far, I've only seen one terrain interaction. Now, it was a fun one, but I've only seen the one so far. Okay, they're still maintaining singing. That's actually good, believe it or not. We are pretty injured. I'm tempted to blow my last heal on myself. I have to trust that Larian has access to the figures that I don't, Damashi, and that enough people complained that they considered it worthwhile to change things, right? I mention that because, you know me, I've said this for years and years and years, because this is a long-standing issue in gaming. You need to know when to listen to your players and when to ignore them, because both are valid. Both happen at different times in game development, especially in MMOs, is where I usually come to that from. And if your player base, a consistent and persistent amount of them say, wah, then there's a decent chance you probably should actually listen to them. No, don't do that. Don't do that. There you go. That seriously as far over as that's getting. Feel that heat. See how that feels. Yeah, purists. I'm gonna be very, very honest. I don't like purists in basically anything. Not a big fan of that. Not a big fan when it comes to comics or movies, or games or shows or books or fish or frogs. Baseball purists. Yeah, actually, sports purists are pretty bad too, to be very honest. Purists. I am not in favor of purists. Oh, haha, Masker. Oh, that's funny, von Falkenstein. Was that touch? I was gonna say, oh, it is melee. Okay, okay. Remind me what coffee lock is. I don't actually remember that off the top of my head. Sorry, I shouldn't get distracted. I'm thinking. Let's heal. We're pretty damaged. And let's use the rest of our movement to get closer in range. Yeah.
Best be on my way.
Alright. We could still do this. So we're going to.
Your body's a temple to an idiot god.
Okay, we broke the song. I mean, yes, disengage. Hell out of here, kid. Okay. We now have our second goal. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Okay. I think we're ahead of the curve. I think we're ahead of the curve. Let's replay Hunter's Mark on you. We'll go ahead and scooch forward to you. Yeah, I know every time I say that, I know I'm cursing myself. One dash. Let's get down here.
Taking position.
Recite their demise. On my way.
Shadowheart's over here with my melee group. I'm gonna be dashing with her, too. Get down here. I don't think they're even gonna get to the fight in time to really do anything, but just in case. Where did you come from? Well, whatever. So, hey, do you like being Eldritch Blast in the face? Because I like being Eldritch Blasted in the face. How about you? I can already tell, Will and I, we're getting along just fine.
Finding my way.
Yeah, I know she flew up. She was the one who was like, rah, rah. Maybe that she was this one. No, she was this one. She was the one that was over here. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, they don't use the critical fail table. How many of you even know what the critical fail table is? Random question. Ugh, thank God they went for me and not the kid. Oh God, my pain. Hang on, let me see if I can find it really quick. Because there's a really, really fun one. I mean, there's several, but there's one fun one in particular. Here we go. Is this it? No, actually, this is not it. Hang on, hang on. There's one in particular I am most fond of, and I gotta find it now. No, that's not it. That's the boring one. I want the fun one. There it is! No, this isn't it. Hang on. Come on, where is it? Although that's a good one. Whatever, there's several, obviously. Someone roll me a D100, just really quick. Let's say you just failed. Let's do... Are we in Oppie range? We're not in Oppie range. 69, okay, roll again. No meme numbers. 84, okay. So, okay, so you have successfully... So you're trying to hit someone, right? So you failed to hit someone, but it's okay because you accidentally hit either someone next to them, or if there is nobody there, yourself, in the face. You have gouged out both of your eyes for 12 damage, and you are now blind. Congratulations. Hang on. What if it was a spell? Let's see here. Spell. Here we go. Do me a favor, roll a d20, Mr. Red. Congratulations. You are so embarrassed by the fact that you have failed to cast this spell properly that not only does the spell not go off at all, but you can now not cast spells of that slot level until the end of your next turn. Let's do this.
Very well.
Upcast that. And, yeah, that's our turn. Right, I probably should have done a sneak attack there, but whatever. Where's the kid? Where's the kid?
Are they gone?
Oh, thank God. Okay. I just freaked out there for a second. Stop stiveling or they'll be back.
No. Yes. I mean, I don't know.
Take a deep breath. Nice and slow. Count with me. 1, 2.
That's what the voice said. I almost got to the nest, but the singing. I need to get back. Mole will be so mad. Wait, you should meet Mole. She'll be grateful you helped me. Find a boy called Donny. Tell him you want to see the dragon's lair.
All's well that ends. Oh, not as bad as it could have.
That scamp reminds me of myself when I was a nipper. Always getting into trouble.
You met a lot of harpies?
And worse. One time, my parents denied me a kitten, so I summoned myself a Tressim. Ah, dear old Tara. Beautiful creature. Benefits of a wizard's education, you see. Of course, my considerable talent didn't hurt either. Well, that depends on who you ask, I suppose. I may have summoned things rather more exotic than a winged cat.
Such as?
There was that magma mephit once. Nice fellow, we kept in touch. Of course, in walked the housekeeper, screaming, yelling, panic, and before you know it, fire everywhere. Anyway, I'm glad we got that boy out of his predicament. Poor lad would have been Harpy feed if it wasn't for us.
Best be on my way.
It's a couple, Pika. 1 or 2.
No traps, please.
I mean, of course, Actat. Honestly, I'm surprised that that hasn't happened already. Well, that's not true. I'm not surprised by that at all. We'll see what happens with the latest Netflix offering. Really? No loot? Ugh, I just saved an innocent child for nothing! God! Whoop, whoop, whoop. Going back down. It's a mod, Panka. We gave the negative, possibly negatives. And here we are. It is nice to not have a headache today, too. Weird how that works out. I am still working out the heat dynamics of down here because, I mean, I've only got one AC vent down here. The good news is that I'm downstairs in a place that's naturally cool. The bad news is, as a result of that, there's not a lot keeping the place cool.
Let's have a look.
Other than just, you know, nature. So right now I'm kind of funneling all the heat out towards the staircase, which is not a long-term solution. I currently have 2 fans going. One's entire purpose is to redirect the heat that way. And the other's entire purpose is to redirect the heat that way. I mean, I know the solution. The solution is I need to live somewhere where, you know, it's not hot, but that involves money. Paradoxically, the cheapest places to live are the least comfortable. It's almost like there's a correlation there. No, we never discuss story when discussing a video. Ever, 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 ever. Ever. I don't mind moving. I'm really used to it at this point in my life. I just moved like 2 months ago. Again. I thought about it. I need to sit down one of these days and figure out how many times I've moved in my life, because it's a lot. Yep, we're just runner now. No more lore. Just runner. Gameplay runner. Well, runner was always the gameplay side of the equation. But there's a reason it's lore runner. Right? Okay, so we're completely tapped on spell slots, which means this is the perfect time to go talk to this random lady. who is there apparently.
Stand here.
I gave up pancakes. Go up the hill? Why? You want me to save some random ungrateful twit? Rat. You're gonna have to be a little more specific when you say go up the hill. Not yet, Pika. You want me to go back up the hill? Okay. Sure.
Never a dull moment.
It sounds like a trap, but sure, why not? We'll do this.
Keep their confidence if you insist.
Up. Not up the elevator. Okay. I think I see what you're indicating. Come on.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
It hurts! It hurts! Please, make it stop!
What's wrong?
Can't you hear it? Her singing. It's awful. Terrible.
One of the options is to sing along with the bard as loudly and as off-key as you can. I can also improvise lyrics, or don't mock her. She's trying her best, I assume.
Yes, yes, that's it! Finally! A song to set our heads straight after that display. We should leave before the effect wears off. Away! Away!
Lee!
Dance upon the stars tonight.
Oh god, she sings worse than I do.
Smile and pain away. Words of mine will change. No. Become.
Words of mine will turn to ash.
Words of mine will turn to ash when you call the last light down.
So, moon reminds me of your grace.
Moon reminds me of your grace. All the love I can't repay. Rest and know that I will pray. Farewell, my dear old friend. Wait, that's it!
What? Also, we can just attack in the middle of her singing. I just want you to know that there's an option to attack in the middle of her singing. Just want you to be aware of that.
Words of mine will turn to ash when you call the last light down. Moon reminds me of your grace, all the love I can't repay. Rest and know that I will pray. Farewell, my dear old friend. Moon, sun, oh, remind me of your grace. Dance upon the stars tonight. Smile and pain will fade away. Words of mine will turn to ash when you call the last light down. Moon reminds me of your grace. All the love I can't repay. Rest and note it, I will pray. Farewell, my dear old friend. Dance upon the stars tonight. Smile and pain will fade away.
Thank you. I was having trouble finding the words.
You're welcome. Just keep at it.
It's been so long since sorry. Damn it.
It's alright. It's alright. Let it out.
I don't usually. I'm all right. I haven't finished a song since Lihala died. I haven't played at all, if I'm honest. She was playing her lute. We didn't hear the gnolls coming. There was so much blood. I can still smell it.
Toughen up or you won't last. Oh yeah, by the way, there's another always chaotic evil race for you, gnolls. There's a lot of always chaotic evil races in this series. I'm just saying. I'm sorry.
It was awful. I couldn't look at a lute without hearing her screaming. Until now, I'd forgotten what it was like. That itch in my fingers to perfect a song. The Weeping Dawn will be my gift to her. Thank you. I needed this.
Too sweet. Odiously sweet. The vomitous gall within despairs at your kindness.
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, by the way, if you ever want to know what kind of gnolls, what kind of beings gnolls are in this setting, they worship you-know-who. Now, you're probably thinking, what the hell is you-know-who? Well, that is apparently how it's actually pronounced, by the way. You-know-who, no, really, that's his freaking name, is a demon. Let's see, let me just describe this here. You-know-who's desires are savage in nature, wanting slaughter and destruction above all else. He takes great pleasure in inflicting terror and sorrow before killing his victims, destroying treasured possessions and crushing hopes. He despises civilization, and if he were to conquer the other realms, abyssal or otherwise, he would not attempt to rebuild former structures. He's known as the Beast of Butchery.
Rest and know that I will pray. Farewell, my dear old friend.
That's a lot. Well, okay. Not really, Master Man. I recommend my own Neverwinter Nights lore run because we talk about the setting quite a bit there. And because I like it when people watch my lore runs. But really, no, is the answer to the question. I don't know if I believe you, though. Tell me, what's the thing we talked about the most in the entire run, even though it only shows up for a few minutes at the very end of the very last game of the entire lore run? This is, of course, a silly question, because of course you know the answer to that one. Let me think of a harder question. Like, I'm pretty sure we were talking about the wall in Act 1 of Neverwinter Nights 1. It was funny. It's like one of the first things that came up, because we were talking about deities and how the deity system works in the setting. And the wall just kind of naturally came into the conversation.
I'm sorry.
Have you lost your senses, Kurga. Release her.
She stole the idol of Sylvanas. She must pay.
No, that was me.
We will imprison the thief under guard of my serpent. When we cast out the rest, she may join them. Let the devil be an example. We will tolerate outlanders no longer. The grove will be made safe. The circle will be closed.
She's only level 5. We could take her.
I'm sorry.
This is madness, Kurga. She's just a...
A what, Wrath? A thief? A poison? A threat?
No, that's your snake right behind her.
The devil. And I will cast out every stranger.
Okay, she's a shadow druid.
You have milked their poison before. A single drop of it could kill that child in a heartbeat.
I'm not going to explain what a shadow druid is, but I'm telling you, that's a shadow druid. She's acting like one 1-to-1. In fact, I wonder if the whole grove... What's the girl's actual crime?
Girl? You mean parasite?
Whoa!
Drinks our water, then steals our most holy idol in thanks. Wrath, lock her up. She remains here until the rite is complete. And keep still, devil. Tila is restless.
You...
Come, Kurga. We took back the idol. Surely...
Do it.
The snake's hiss of approval reveals its intentions. Should the child struggle, it is poised to strike. The death of a child. A timeless tragedy that never grows old.
Yeah, no. Oh my god, we can provoke the child to death. We could resist that. Oh my god, we can do a lot of things here. Okay. We can detect thoughts. We saved right before this. In fact, let's just save right here. We can do a persuasion check. We do have a lot of persuasion. It's the nice thing about playing a bard. We do a nature check, which we don't have that good. We can do a bardic persuasion check. We can detect thoughts, or we can tell the snake to be at ease. The girl must not be harmed. Let's detect thoughts first, because I've already committed to loading if we have to. No! Okay, so that sucked. Let's use our inspiration dice. Let's get a guidance, and let's try it again. Barely! Jesus! Jesus Christ. That's just... Yeah. Okay. They do, actually, Eva. That is the third save positive.
Halsin is gone. I am first druid now. I will take control and prove my authority.
Okay. So now we're going to try to calm the snake, because as much as going after her would be fun, I'm more concerned about the kid.
Silence. I answer only to mistress.
Because we have Speak with Animals on right now. Okay, but the snake will not listen to us, so that sucks. So now we're going to do the Bardic Persuasion check. Hang on. I've got +3, +4, +4, and +1 to 4. It is possible to fail this roll. But not today.
The words of the Tree Father, spoken plain. It is as you say. Sifisif, Tila, to me. Out, thief. My grace has its limits.
It hurts.
Thank you, Kurga. Master Halsin...
Halsin isn't here. Keep his name off your tongue, lest Tila pierce it.
Jesus, lady! You were so overtly a shadow... Okay, whatever.
I know that look. You're wondering why I was in pain before. Let's just clear the air about that now. It's just an old wound that hurts me from time to time. Nothing to be concerned about. It's nothing to do with the tadpoles, at least, in case your imagination is in danger of getting away from you. It's just something I have to live with.
Boy, do I get that. Also, really quick, this is another one of those predictions without... I don't want anybody to respond to this. She's not a follower of Shar, she's a follower of Saloon. Everything about her demeanor, her mentality, the quest she's on, honestly, even the performance of the voice actress, she's a follower of Saloon. I don't know what's going on, but that's my prediction right now. So, how badly does it hurt?
Quite a lot, if I'm being honest. But it always passes quickly, so I can manage.
Are you sure it's not about to connect to the tadpoles?
Positive. You can trust me on that.
Okay. We should have sex. No,
That woman has more venom in her heart than a snake in its fangs. But at least the child is safe. What is youth if not a time to be forgiven for one's transgressions?
That was really messed up.
Couldn't agree more. The girl wasn't innocent, but that doesn't mean she was guilty.
That's an interesting quote, which I will not comment on now. Hang on. I know if we can prove if she's secretly a follower of Shar. Hang on.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Let's see. Cleric of Shar. Okay, never mind.
No time to rest.
I'm wrong.
I should speak up.
The rat doesn't respond. It simply bares its teeth.
Okay.
The rat watches your movements, but does not speak. The rat glares at you, but says nothing.
Oh my god, it's the main character from Tyranny. Wow, there's a lot of stuff I can steal from here. None of it worth a damn, but... You know. Detailed report. There's a curse infecting the area. Interesting.
You did well to speak up for the girl. That snake is fickle. A tragedy prevented.
Uh-huh. She seems, overtly evil.
Well seen. Well spotted. We've let a snake replace our leader.
So, who's your real leader?
Master Halsin. Perhaps Goblin caught, perhaps dead. He'd set Mistress Korga back in line. Hold her to task, stop this damned ritual. More will die if the rite is finished. So many more, sent into a world gone mad.
I mean, I could look for Halsin.
Would you? I would give anything to see Halsin return home.
Yeah, I'll find him.
Sylvanus' blessing upon you, and my gratitude as well. Halsin is an elf with the presence of a bear. He left west with the adventurers. You won't mistake the first druid for anyone else.
Might as well have lain on the ground and let them trample us.
Stay close.
Go on. Say it. You think I'm a monster?
Please tell me there's a dialogue option.
Too kind. A demon, more like.
Sorry, I was really hoping for a dialogue option that literally said, I think you're a monster. And that's it. Just, I think you're a monster. And that would be my response. Anyways, I'm sorry. I mean, she is a monster. I guarantee you that by generation or accident, that kid was actually in mortal peril just now. Not just because of the fact that we could have had her killed, because we have problems. Thank you, Game Geek. Always appreciate that support. I'll put that towards the Gravity Falls Streaminations, the Republic Commando, and DBZ Kakarot. The kid died. Yeah, no, that does not surprise me. I like how the options are you're a monster. Sometimes cruelty is required. And I was just curious what happened. Good, evil, neutral, as vanilla as it gets.
Yes, you would say so. I know your kind. You see only villains and victims. A viper bears her fangs defending her brood. I call her mother. You call her monster. No matter. I took back the idol of Sylvanas, and the rite is resumed. We will seal the grove, free from harm, free of intruders.
Reach for my weapon. It's a freaking option. I mean, this is DOS 2. No, this is DOS 3, excuse me. And if there's one thing I'll tell you about DOS 2 right now, it's that you can kill an inordinate quantity of NPCs in that game. You can murder hobo your way through pretty much everything in that game. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure we could just murder this entire town. Just the whole thing, top to bottom. Tieflings, druids, in between, dead. Because that's how these games tend to be structured. Except for the kids, of course. We'll be neutral. It's got to be very powerful magic.
The rite of thorns. It is the Tree Father's gift that none come to harm. When we speak the final prayer, the great vine will sprout forth. The grove will be cloaked in bramble and thorn. No one enters, no one leaves. Sanctuary. None of this can happen while Outlanders infect us. Sylvanas demands that we choke them out.
Can I pass a knowledge religion check to tell that she's full of crap here? Because, spoilers, she's full of crap here. Also, Pillager Snow says, you could totally kill kids. No, we tried that yesterday, and the kid glitched out effectively and reset after being at 0 health. Literally. And then just came back to life. So. Anyways. Yeah, so I came here on Zebler's behalf. His people could perish if you're an evil dickhead.
And mine perish if he stays. You showed great mettle at the gate. The mettle of a skilled sword for hire. I want you to provide your services to Zevlor. Offer to guide the Outlanders out of the grove. I'm sure they'll reward you well. They're to be gone before final prayer. If they are not, the Viper must strike.
Are you this stupid? I'm sorry. I just jumped ahead like 3 steps. The point here, I'm trying to figure out her game, what she's after. And either she's being paid off to do this, or she is so small scale and so petty that she thinks that pushing for this little political maneuver will give her greater control of her HOA. Because that's what she is. She's an HOA director. So, which is it? And yeah, Krennic.
You will do more than speak. This tale ends but one way. With the Outlander rot cleansed, and the grove forever shrouded.
Seriously? By letting that child escape without consequence?
What level are you, lady?
Might as well have lain on the ground and let them
5? What the hell? I don't think I'm going to kill her yet, because I want to know more about her. Although if we kill her and talk to her corpse... But no, we're pretty knackered right now. We're kind of tired. So, let's leave her be for the moment.
Please leave. Our hospitality has limits, and they were crossed long ago.
Hi. That's what you were trying to say. I know the pronunciation is difficult because it's a single syllable, but the word is hi. You can also say hello, maybe greetings. How are you? How's your day? There's a lot of ways to do this, but at the very least you could just say hi.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. Here we go.
No, pillars of snow. We're not walkthrough-ing. Hello is just too many syllables. It's okay. I understand. Right. We still gotta... It's probably metagaming, at least a little bit, but at the same time, I think I could argue that in character, I have enough reason to suspect that something's going on with the thing in my head. Because we can... It's not a slow process, you know? And we would already be feeling effects from it, and other than occasional psychic things, this squid's just been sitting there. Any difference between casting a spell as a wizard and casting the same spell from a scroll? As a wizard. No, there is not. Exactly, Blade Javal. Again, I know this setting very well. But even if I didn't, I'm pretty sure I would know that by now I should be like, and instead, I'm fine.
It's not the time.
That's true, you can't overcast spells, but that's not what the question was. At least I assumed that was what the question was. Excuse me, I shouldn't presume. I presumed you were asking in lore, not in gameplay. So, in lore, no, there's no difference. The way that wizarding magic works is there's movements, and there's words, and, well, there's components. There's always components to a spell. There's physical components, vocal components, and movement components, right? Each spell has different kinds of components, which changes what you can cast under certain circumstances. If you got a gag on your mouth, but you can cast something with just your hands, then you can still cast it. But if your hands are chopped off and it's vocal, then you can still cast it, right? The point is, magic is a formula in terms of how wizards cast. That's why anybody can become a wizard. Anybody can learn it. It's an int-based thing. It's a school. It's a science. The reason that's relevant is because what a wizard does in lore is, you know when they prepare their spells at the beginning of the day? Or what they're doing is they're actually casting the spells. The thing is, they're casting all but the very, very, very last tidbit of the spell. So, like, imagine if I say, you know, 407 years ago, blah, 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 and then I save the very, very, very last bit of the spell, the trigger. So the spell is, for all intents and purposes, active, right? It's just sitting there waiting to be fired. When I then cast the spell, what I'm doing is just the fire, just the trigger mechanism, pulling the trigger on the gun, so to speak. This is why I say it's no different between a wizard and a scroll, because what happens on a scroll is you sit there and you go, and you do all of that prep cast work and then throw it into the scroll. Then you use the scroll by doing the last trigger thing. Make sense? So in lore, there's no real difference between the two. It's just whether or not it's coming out of the paper or whether or not it's coming out of you. Now, in gameplay, there's plenty of differences, but that's not the question I thought I was answering. Now, where is the task? There you are.
I thought you were housing.
The boar prances around, haunches clenching and unclenching impatiently.
Where's Alcin? He promised me a mate.
Okay. I'll put that on my did not know TMI meter. Pretty good, comma. So far I have rescued a child who is going to be eaten by harpies, comma. A child who is going to be bitten by a snake, comma. And that's actually it, period. I have failed to save anyone else so far, exclamation mark. So it doesn't know what harpies are. So instead it said harp, as in the instrument, bees, as in buzz, buzz, buzz. Unfortunately, the answer then, because that's a gameplay question now, Arm Devil, is it depends. Generally speaking, when you use a scroll, it's a consumable, it does what's on the scroll, that's it, but actually there are a couple of asterisks to that. And if you cast Shatter, then there's a lot of asterisks you can attach to that. There's meta magic, there's upcasting, there are special effects and equipment that can adjust it. Some equipment only affects spells that you cast, some equipment only can actually affect scrolls, but most don't. The answer, unfortunately, is a gigantic it depends. D&D is such a layer of asterisks on top of asterisks that it's actually hard to keep track of sometimes. It's one of the reasons why even experienced GMs will periodically check the books. It's also why, back in the day especially, although nowadays this is still true as well, there was an entire section which was just errata. E-R-R-A-T-A, I don't know how to pronounce that. Which was... So we've run into all these specific nuanced situations where we need to clarify the rules. So, here's how we've clarified the rules. Yeah, it's also why house rules tend to be functional and why the DM's word is law. Because at the end of the day, well, obviously people have thought this out and have worked all this out. If you end up if the GM just says, you know, I don't feel like going and perusing 5 books looking for an answer to this, here's my ruling on this. That's why that's a thing. Because if there's one thing that kills D&D, in-person tabletop, it's getting bogged down in the rules. I don't mean that rules are a bad thing. I don't even mean rules lawyering, which can actually be very enjoyable. I mean... Well, hang on. Hang on. Let me check. Okay, so, give me a second. Okay. Okay, so this says... Okay, so that's on page 44. Okay, now we're on page 44. Okay. Hang on, it's not in this book. Where's my second monster manual? Because the second monster manual okay, hang on. And speaking from a lot of experience, perusing books for literal hours is not fun. I'm not even getting into the nitpicking, the arguing, which is its other thing. That's actually, ironically, unrelated to this problem. Just having to slog through the books destroys the enjoyment of tabletop games, in my opinion. Pacing. Now, forgive me. Okay, so... Yeah, 3.5 had... There was another problem, specifically in 3.5. Are you going to go away so I can steal stuff here, please? Please, please... Oh, wait, hang on. Where is... What? Okay. So, the problem was... Most players play with specific books that they are fond of. They have found a specific book which includes certain spells, or certain feats, or certain side roles, or certain races. In some cases, classes, usually prestige classes. And that's the stuff that they enjoy, and that's what they want to play. Okay, that's fine. But I don't own that book. I've never even heard of that book, because there's 7 billion of them. Exaggeration. But there were dozens of ancillary side books for 3.5, even if you just limited it to a single setting. So, I can't tell you how many times I've had to make a judgment call of, do I allow this spell or feat I have never heard of? Because player X or player Y is like, hey, can I play such and such? And it's like, And I'm not even talking about the jackass stuff. I'm literally just talking about the people who just want to play their favorites. They just want to play something they enjoy. The jackasses can go directly to hell. That's different. That's rule 0 value. He is not moving. Okay, whatever. We're gonna move on here. He's gonna try to rob people, but eh.
I see you. Just give me a moment.
Okay.
This medicat. There. It's up to her now. Life or death. Now, what was it you needed?
I'm looking for someone named Healing, and that appears to be you.
I do what I can. For most folks, that's enough. Come here. Let's have a look at you. You seem healthy enough. A bit tired around the eyes, maybe.
Yeah, I have a tadpole in me. I'm also dizzy, and I have memory loss, you know.
A tadpole? A mind flayer tadpole?
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's not like a frog hopped in my eye.
That's a serious condition. Come, follow me. I might be able to help.
No, you can't. Don't lie to me. In fact, we're gonna save.
This way.
Because I do not believe you. And this whole grove is full of assholes, so we'll see how this goes. Wait, what? 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 Hey! What? Oh, okay, okay. We're just gonna... Yep, okay, cool. We're just gonna walk through the wall.
Same problem as you. Attacked us in the woods together with some goblins. Tadpole crawled out of his head soon after.
So you killed him and laid him out on a table.
No. That was Master Halsin. A pity you got me instead of him. He understands these things. Studied them. Still, we have options. All right. Let's see what we can do.
What's the plant?
She shifts uneasily, hesitating. Something's off.
It might. But first things first. Tell me about your symptoms. Have you noticed anything strange happening?
No, and that's the problem. Against Colgrim. I've actually already jotted down a potential negative for it, especially since we have a voice actor who speaks. Let's go with the I fell, but something caught me.
Protected from on high. Sounds like the drow. Master Halsin said he was tougher than he had any right to be. How'd you pick up the parasite? Halsin was desperate to find where all this was happening.
Mind Flayer ship, kidnapped, infected.
A mind flayer ship? But Master Halsin was sure. Look, you've been straight with me, so I'll be straight with you. You're dangerous. If you transform here, we're all dead. But you seem like a good soul. You deserve a chance to save yourself. This is a vial of wyvern poison. Swear to me, you'll swallow it if you feel any symptoms.
I mean, I would do that whether or not you asked me to. I do not... It's worth noting. I don't know if I should give that away. Okay, rather than go into the details, let's just say that becoming an illithid sucks. And let's just leave it at that, okay? It is not a particularly positive experience. So, done.
I hope it doesn't come to that, but thank you. Here. You know, I've spent my life treating folk and never once saw a mind flayer infection. Then suddenly, there's dozens of you. Maybe more. Master Halsin and I were tracking them, studying them, trying to figure out what the hells was going on. Because you should all be changing. There should be a small army of mind flayers out there. But you're not. Weird powers aside, you seem perfectly normal.
Again, I already talked about this. We should already be changed or changing. The fact that we aren't is actually... So, can I derail for just a second?
No, you can't.
Shut up. So, there's something I call the writer factor. Factor as in the mathematical sense. It's a multiplier. If there's something that... If you do not trust your writer, then if there's something off, it's probably bad writing. And if you do trust your writer, then if there's something off, it's probably intentional. And I say it that way because whether or not we have trust in the writer or not determines that factor. If it's a good story, then there's a good chance this is a hint. If it's a bad story, then it's just a screw-up, right? So, we should already be illithids pretty much now. Yeah, exactly. This process does not take particularly long to turn into an illithid. So the game is clearly making it clear something's up here. Now, that makes sense. Our superpower of this particular game is we have a bug in our brain. So, and by bug I mean goop, but whatever. Do we as characters know that? We do now, because she just told us. But whether or not our characters do otherwise, well, that's debatable. Someone like Gale would probably be aware of that. There's a decent chance that someone like Shadowheart would know that. Not sure of the rest. And of course, whether your particular character does or not kind of depends on you, your stats, your background, your history, right? Oh yeah, the fascist lady would also know about this quite well. Alright, sorry, I honestly keep forgetting she's in the party. It's not a joke. So yeah, at least 3 of the potential players we could be playing as, and 3 members of our party would absolutely know about the fact that something's up. But again, if this was a bad story, then it's just someone screwing up the writing. But if it's a good story, well, now we can analyze, now we can speculate. We can be like, well, what's going on here? And the answer may be satisfying or it may be ridiculous. We'll find out. But anyways, let's go ahead and question her directly. What do you mean we should be changing?
Mind flayers reproduce by infecting someone with their parasite. 7 gruesome days later, the victim transforms and a new mind flayer is born. The thing in your skull, though, it's different to anything in our records. It's one of their worms for sure. But this one gives you powers, telepathic connections. And it doesn't turn you into one of them. Not yet, anyhow.
You know, I realized that before, but I never really put together, because what's happening there, this is just talking it out, is we're getting the benefits of the parasite, but not the detriments. I know that sounds strange, but you're connected to, in many ways to the psionic network, for lack of a better way to put it, of the mind flayers the moment they put the parasite in you. It's one of the ways they keep you docile while you are being transformed horrifically and awfully. But if the transformation isn't happening...
Could be, but there's a lot we don't know. Infected, folks like you, have been converging on an old temple of Selûne, and I've no idea why. When Master Halsin heard the adventurers were heading that way, he saw a chance to get answers, joined on the spot. Whatever he found there, he didn't make it back.
What would you like me to do?
The thing is, I've sent birds to find him, but the place is rotten with goblins. None of us can even get close. You, though, you're one of them. Technically speaking, I mean. They won't kill someone carrying their parasite. If you can find Halsin and get him out of there, we can discover what he learned. And perhaps he can save your life. How's that sound?
Sounds like you're making a lot of assumptions that could kill me.
Thank you. It would mean everything to the Grove. To me. I wish I could tell you more. But only those adventurers know what happened out there. All I can say for sure is they all went to the old temple of Selûne. And Master Halsin didn't make it back. Good luck out there. And if things start to go bad, remember the vial. Remember your oath.
I mean, lady, I hate to break this to you.
Time, Nettie. Come on.
I don't particularly want to die horrifically either.
Some lethal stuff. Let's hope we won't have to sample its delights.
And we really do have the wyvern poison. Or wyvern poison. Hey, let's go talk to you, shall we?
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Let's see. Where'd you get your tadpole?
The corpse remains silent. It doesn't understand the question.
That is one of the detriments. If I kill Mr. Red right now, and then Mr. Red dies, and then I raise Mr. Red and I say, all right, Mr. Red, I need you to tell me exactly how many grains of sand there are on this beach. What's going to happen in Fluff, but also in Crunch, is nothing. One of the questions is burnt, and I have received nothing in return, because Mr. Red didn't know the answer to that question. This is true regardless of which interpretation of how the spell works in lore you go with, and that matters, because it changes how the questions and answers can go. Anyways, so... where did you start following the Absolute?
Moonrise Towers. Initiation.
Cool, cool. Depressing. Cool. How many drow are out there?
Minthara. Back at camp.
Okay. Kind of wish you told me how many questions I have left, but that's whatever. Who killed you?
Druid. Bear.
No joy there. Should have one more? Yep, okay. What happened to you?
Scouting. Found druids.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Oh no, it's still limited to 5, Ikit. The point is, I just wish there was an indicator of where I was at in case I lose track. This may sound like a self-deprecating joke, but I actually have a really hard time doing basic counting for some reason. I always have.
No, don't go there.
Oh yeah, excuse me. Thank you for reminding me. Let's put that under encounters. Where's my encounters list? There we go. No, I have no rhythm at all. It's true, I can't count to 5. It's like 1, 8, 6, spleen, 13, 56, and 5. I actually don't know if the game has a timer of any variety. Although we haven't had a long rest total ever.
You're testing my patience.
We do have more supplies now, though. So it's not as bad as it was earlier when we essentially had, like, no supplies. Oh my god. Okay. That's what I thought it was.
Mother was a Harpy away from fighting a bear.
Isn't that how Mum usually is?
Quiet, you pup. You ever scare me like that again, and I'll feed you to a knoll.
Mom, I'm fine. Stop it.
Our little Hellion told us what happened. Thank you. Don't know what we'd do without her.
Hopefully we'll meet again under better circumstances.
Likewise. Arabella?
Thank you for helping me.
You're welcome. I'm glad I decided not to deliberately get you killed.
Stealing the idol. What were you thinking?
You nearly died. You did.
Oh, they're dead. They're all dead. Everybody here is dead. That's not actually a joke. That is, I've already given that prediction, and nothing has contradicted me so far. Also follows through on the general vibe here. So for those of you not aware, this is out of character information, but this game follows immediately on a module called Descent, or the Avernus thing. Oof. Oh, I didn't know you could actually pull up the log in dialogue. I guess I could just... What do you know? Cool. Thank you for pointing that out. Still wish I could have a number, but that is nice to see. I'm not going to ding the game for it. There was a module. It was one of the bigger modules. It's actually a relatively recent module, one of the more recent ones for 5th edition Faerun. It's dealing with Descent. That's it, Descent into Avernus. And this game follows through on that just a couple of months later. In fact, they've already referenced it several times because all these tieflings are from, I forget the name of the town, and the town in question is where they're from. The town was actually dragged down into Avernus, which is the outermost layer, most layer of the Nine Hells, and then they were rescued. So okay, they're rescued, cool. And that campaign ends, assuming you're not evil, on a fairly positive note. You have saved a lot of lives and done a lot of good, and have averted a fairly bad evil, or more likely evils. Cool. I'm not going to spoil any specifics, but the reason I'm bringing all this up is because it ends on such a positive note. And then here we find out immediately that all of them are screwed forever because screw you. It actually feels kind of spiteful, if I'm being completely honest. So, that's true, Maverick. That's true. So, everything that this game has been doing has been spitting on that ending in a way that's like, no, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. You thought you had a good ending? Screw you. Very Chrono Cross in that kind of a sense. So, even if for no other reason than that, I presume that all these people are now going to have a terrible sticky end because of the exact same, what do I call it? Good ending override, I think is the term for that. So, I want to see the Dragon's Lair.
He nods, then reaches for a concealed hatch.
Thanks. You can talk. I'm not going to eat you. I know I look like a dragon. Okay, whatever. It's okay, you did it, Blade Tervel. You beat the big bad, but hang on, nope. They're actually here to kill you. And everything you just did made everything worse. Happy ending? Nope. Yeah, I'm not a fan of happy ending override. It can be done well. Empire Strikes Back is actually a pretty good example of happy ending override. We did it, we beat the Death Star, but like that was a win, not the win, and I'm okay with that. And again, they do some good stuff with an Empire, so cool. But then other times it just pisses me off really hard. And again, Chrono Cross is probably my biggest example, probably because of how important Chrono Trigger is to me. So there's a couple kids down here. Like, more than there probably should be.
I need new pockets to pick. You don't look so tough. Mull fought off a hobgoblin all by herself. I get to run the ring scan.
Sylphie got caught. Well, look who's come to visit. My kids say you've been busy since you got here. Mercon says you got him out of a tight spot with some harpies. Gotta say, I'm impressed. You saved Arabella from the Druids. Don't know what those bastards would have done.
I do.
And thanks for going easy on Sylphie. Not many marks would have done the same.
Why are you running all these schemes and swindles? It's risky.
We're saving up for a better hideout when we get to Baldur's Gate. Why? You planning on telling me stealing is wrong?
I mean... that's an interesting option. I'm torn. Because these kids are amateurs and they're gonna get they pull this crap in Baldur's Gate, they're gonna get themselves killed. The reason they've been succeeding out here is because they've been dealing with druids and refugees. This is not going to fly in an actual city. But, at the same time, if they're actually... Here, I'll put up the vote. I'll put up the vote. But, at the same time, thieves' guilds are not inherently evil entities in this setting. And if we invest in them, give them proper training and material and resources... they might be able to, you know, actually survive and function as a thieves guild as opposed to being a bunch of, you know, brats who are going to get themselves killed. And so that's why I'm kind of like... But yeah, that's the catch, Ickett. I'm given a little bit too binary of a choice here. It should show up on the overlay. It takes a few seconds. There it is. It should be there right now because I can see it popping up. So it should be right there on the overlay on the stream. It varies, actually. But generally speaking, so the Sword Coast in particular has three major thieves guilds. Two of them are... essentially, they're not that bad. It's one of those... they're bad, and I'm not trying to say that they're good, but they're organized, and they're clean, and they try to keep things less of a mess, is really what it boils down to. They effectively organize the crime, and by sheer virtue of being organized, it tends to be less of a mess. I don't have a better way to say that. If you wander into one of the Thieves Guild's territories and start to kill things, bad things will probably happen to you as a consequence of that, because they don't want death, they don't want the guards to come down on them. You know, you get the idea, right? Having said that, that doesn't apply universally, and there are some thieves guilds which are less organized. Well, Chad appears to be leaning very heavily towards number 2. Sure.
Won't turn down free money. I've got operating costs you wouldn't believe. Come see me in the city sometime, huh? I'll repay this and then some.
I
See you around.
don't believe you.
Maybe.
But I do look forward to seeing if this comes back around in the future. We'll see. What should probably actually happen is we should probably get these kids, you know, some actual employment and care, as opposed to this, or encouraging them. However, we are a level 3 adventurer who've got like 800 gold to our name. We don't have jack. We have no investment to deal with anything. Yeah, no estate. No... Come on. Whatever. No estate, no nothing. We have a voice in our head telling us to constantly kill people. That's what we got. I can't... Okay. Where is this? And why is this down? Okay, I see where we are. I see where we are. Alright, so... before we go talk to Zevlor, let's follow through a little bit. It's a big ship. Oh, right. You keep wanting me to do a long rest. Ironically, amusingly, I still probably wouldn't take a long rest if I was playing this normally. And I know that because I haven't. But for the sake of testing, and for no other reason, let's go ahead and take a long rest and see what happens. We'll see if my fears are founded. So we're going to save first. So, to the camp. So, this is now Dragon Age Origins. We've actually seen this before, technically, but... very pretty. We've got a ruined building over here for some reason. I will be honest, BioWare games tend to irritate me with regards to the camp feature. And you're probably thinking, but you like going to camp and talking to everyone. Yeah, but what I don't like is how much the games piss me off with it. Let me explain. We actually gave negatives for this for all the Mass Effects. We probably will for Dragon Age. And we definitely screwed up on Mass Effect 3 to the point where I had multiple viewers complain about it because of this issue. So, first of all, going to camp takes time and effort, and more importantly of all, time. It's a loading screen, and you run around, and you talk to everyone, and there's no really good indicator if there's anything new to hear or see from them. I want to hear the new dialogue, but the games have little triggers in the background that actually say, here's a new bit of dialogue for you. But nothing indicates that. So what you have to do, you have to walk around and talk to everyone. Which is okay if it's like boop, 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 but it's not. It's walk up, talk to someone, walk up, animation, or skip, talk to, or skip, and then look at the dialogue options, and then occasionally try dialogue options, because occasionally there's branches in the dialogue options in order to go through, and it's the padding. The padding is what pisses me off, and the lack of indicator. The padding is something I could live with if there was an indicator, and the lack of indicator is something I could live with if there wasn't padding. I can name games that do both. But these kind of games tend to have both. They tend to have a total absence of anything that indicates, hey, there's something new to discuss here. We talked about this extensively in the Mass Effect run. And yeah, just a little indicator over their face saying, hey, there's dialogue you haven't heard here before would be nice. We've actually, I can't remember which game it was. There's an RPG we've covered that has a wonderful quality of life feature, which literally, oh, it was Diablo 3, which has a quality of life feature, which has an indicator that says, this person has dialogue you have not seen. Now, it wasn't perfect, but it was there. And when I say dialogue, I don't mean quests, I mean dialogue, flavor, right? Just, hey, what's going on with this? And I love those indicators, because it's such a minor thing, but it's a great quality of life feature, because then, at a glance, I could go to the camp, look around the camp in like a second or two, just glance the camera around, talk to him, talk to her, done. And that's an awesome feature. Now, you're probably thinking, okay, cool, this game has that. Perfect. Which is naturally why nobody has an exclamation mark over their head right now. Which is interesting, because I've never talked to any of these people. Which makes me wonder, why exactly none of them have an exclamation mark over their head, considering I've never talked to these people. Yeah, so what I was going to say is, I imagine... Why's there a fallen tree there? I imagine that what this game does is the DOS 2 feature. So, let me explain that. In DOS 2, at certain triggers, usually quest-related, big ol' exclamation mark will pop up. And that exclamation mark will be, I want to advance my personal quest. And that's what that boils down to. We saw that earlier with Shadowheart, where she is like, I've got this old wound. right? DOS 2 did the exact same thing. And that's what I'm expecting here. So, better than nothing, but still not quite what I'm actually looking for. We'll have to debate how we review that. So let's run around and talk to everybody.
The Blade of Frontiers. Let's hope Will lives up to his name. We'll need all the help we can get.
We should get to know each other a little more.
Must we? No harm in a little mystery, don't you think?
Okay, I didn't mean that as a come on. I literally was just trying to chat. But if you're not comfortable with it, I won't press you.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll get along perfectly well.
See, I guess I just really disagree, Caspian, because in my experience, and this is just my experience, my personal take on it, is... Oh, Jesus Christ, Death Eagle. I hope things have started turning around for you, man. I have noticed you weren't around lately. I usually assume when someone just doesn't show up for a while that they've just decided to stop watching. It's, you know, no judgment, right? I was responding to Caspian. What happens in my experience, just my experience, is one of two things. And I can explain this very simply because all you have to do is look at the Mass Effect 1 review run we did last year, or the Mass Effect 3 review run we did last year. In Mass Effect 1, every time I go back to base, I just run around and talk to everybody. And what it boils down to is talk to, nothing new, move on to the next character, talk to, nothing new, move on to the next character, talk to, nothing new, move on to the next character. And the only reason I tolerated it in Mass Effect 1 was because it was relatively quick. By contrast, in Mass Effect 3, I didn't even frickin' bother. In Mass Effect 3, I just was like, nope. And again, I had multiple viewers on both the VOD and the stream yell at me for missing dialogue because of the fact that I wasn't willing to, at every single stage of things, go and then talk to the thing and blah, 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 and try to get every single bit of dialogue, because Mass Effect 3 was arduously padded with that, as I showed off during Mass Effect 3. It wasn't a quick and easy run through the ship. It was hang on, go to the Citadel, fly to the Citadel, exit the ship, okay, go into the zone, talk to the thing, okay, go to the next zone, okay, talk to everyone, okay, go to the... And you're just doing this the whole time. And it was so padded and so aggravating having to run around and talk to everyone that I just stopped. I just stopped doing it. And that was the issue. Was that not the case in Mass Effect 2? No. Mass Effect 2 actually... so Mass Effect 2 managed to kind of bypass the system a little bit, because Mass Effect 2, the only real... There were only two types of furthering dialogue. There was the walk-through ambient dialogue, which we talked about, which is kind of unrelated, and then there was the talk to everyone on the ship thing. And it was similar to Mass Effect 1, but it was also really, really obvious when they had something new to talk about, because generally, when you talk to them, they would open with saying something new, right? And so there was kind of a built-in indicator. That's true, Lord Aramon. I know, everyone. Anyways, I'm getting a little bit off topic. I'm getting a little weeds. This kind of thing does irritate me, because I'm the kind of person who usually likes running around talking to all the NPCs to see if they have anything new to say. But I also don't like having my time wasted. So the less time it takes, the more I tend to be positively inclined towards it. And that's why I think that, you know, the little indicator there, some kind of indicator, is a nice touch. Because the indicator helps to indicate, hey, there's something new to talk about there. Sorry, I'm just going off on the weeds here. I apologize.
Something good here. I hope.
What have we got in here? Mask of the Shapeshifter. And... what? Oh, this is a pre-order stuff. I was gonna say, where did I have it? We'll leave that for now. We'll just leave that.
So, We're traveling with the famed Blade of Frontiers. I feel safer already.
God, I hate you. Yeah, that's another thing. Chiquita mentioned this idly earlier. There's also the problem that a lot of dialogue in these type of games is permanently missable, because it's only available between this trigger and this trigger. And once you hit this trigger, it either erases it or overrides it, which kind of encourages a player who wants to see all the dialogue, like me, to constantly have to go back to town or ship or camp or whatever and be like, hey, okay, hey. And that gets irritating because, statistically speaking, that's actually the rarity, right? They don't always have a bit of dialogue that you can skip. In fact, I'd say probably 9 times out of 10, they don't have dialogue that you can skip. But there's that 10th time, right? And so you go and you just do the rounds, and it's like, okay, nothing new. And then you do a quest, and you go do the rounds, nothing new. You go do a quest, and you do the rounds, hey, there's something new. Okay, there's something new. What do you think is waiting for us at Moonrise Towers?
Who knows? Drow? Mind flayers? Death? Hopefully not ours.
See you around, Death Eagle.
But maybe answers. If we can convince the right people to talk.
Yeah, you'll notice that these people are talking about Will, our latest party member. And I have a feeling we've already, accidentally, skipped over the, hey, here's our other new party member, because we've gotten a couple. Anyways.
The Githyanki people have a word for men like the Blade of Frontiers. Shalak. Roughly translated, idealist do-gooder. Or better yet, benevolent burden. His confidence is an asset. His pursuit of valor, not so much.
Yes, I get that you're evil. So, are you sure a crash is our only path to the cure?
Entirely. I was as devoted to my studies as I was to my training. Each creche contains a Zaithist purification device. So I learned from the writings in the Kalir Library. The library was a gift from Vlaakith herself, that we may gain total understanding.
Books are as fallible as those who write them.
Not books, but slates. Wisdom so profound it is etched into stone. Truth as perfect as the queen who decreed it.
Oh my god.
Scholars roam the astral sea and beyond, observing the ways of our lessers, exploring planes so distant order turns to chaos and cold fires rage. The planes are ever quaking, and their peoples ever shifting. The Githyanki possess an eternity of knowledge. Yet we still collect more. Infinities upon infinities.
Did you catch the fact that what makes her books more valuable is because they were etched in stone? Like, she actually... Here, let's read that back here. Hang on. Not books, but slates. Wisdom so profound it is etched into stone. As if that makes it better. Oh, and of course, truth as perfect as the queen who decreed it. Yeah, the Lich Queen. She's someone who should die. And I'm just gonna leave that at that. Anyways, so I don't see a lot of Githyanki around here.
I expect I am your first.
I've never heard of you until my capture.
I suppose I am as alien to you as you are to me. I know of your kind, but I do not often encounter them. Those diminutive scales of yours look like mistakes.
Really? Well, thank you for noticing.
It was an observation, not a compliment. No matter. I do not intend to stay long in this place.
That's true, Czar. For example, did you actually know that Elvis is oh god, I can't. I'm really bad at lying. Hang on, let me come up with something here. Did you know that Elvis actually went back in time and started World War I? It was a way to try and make sure that his career went exactly the way it wanted to. he didn't actually die the horrible way we were told. In fact, he was killed by assassins. I can't even do it. I can't even do it. So do you know much about the Illithids?
I understand much beyond your comprehension. More to the point, I know the cure for our condition. It is imperative we locate a creche. You do well to observe more and question less.
Yep, ninja pirates. So could the parasite have caused me amnesia?
Ceremorphosis takes all of you. Mind, body, soul. An ordinary tadpole would eat at your memories until they were lost to the void. But our tadpoles are far from ordinary. I wonder if another factor's in play.
Right. Peace. Be thankful you're a fighter. Otherwise, well, you know. Go talk to one of the good party members.
The Blade of Frontiers at your calling.
And I mean that in two ways. So, I noticed the stone eye. What happened with that?
A most vicious one, in fact. It's made from pure bloodstone, carved from the Galena Mountains just north of the Moonsea. A reminder that sometimes blood must be shed and sacrifices must be made. But that story is reserved for lifetime friends and calmer days.
Ouch.
By all means. What else is on your mind?
So, how'd you end up chasing a devil in the hells?
Karlach's fires raged in Baldur's Gate before she escaped to Avernus, as my source told it. And she was planning to return. One of the archdevils Zariel's own, Chaos Incarnate, a devil with pure fire for a heart. I made my way to Avernus to stop her. She fled from my reach, even climbed aboard the Mind Flayer ship as it screeched through the hells. I followed in close pursuit. I can't bear to imagine the lives Karlach might be taking, the damage she might be doing.
I'm gonna be really sad when I like her better than you.
A powerful friend with a keen interest in privacy. I'm sworn to say no more.
Okay.
All right. What else is on your mind?
Yeah, Karlach must be just the most evil lady of all time. And definitely not a romance option. So do you think the parasite could have killed my memories?
Seems unusual to me. Then again, we're talking about tadpoles inserted into our brains by rubber-skinned tentacle monsters. There's nothing usual about it. All the more reason to stick close. I think you'll agree.
That's right. Tadpoles for life. Tadpoles, tadpoles, tadpoles. Yeah, she totally wasn't one of the characters we haven't recruited yet.
A few warlocks in my time. Talented, of course, though sometimes too eager to listen to the devils on their shoulders. Comes with the territory, unfortunately.
So, tell me about yourself.
Let's see. I hail from Waterdeep,
I'm
City
sorry.
of Splendors. I am a wizard of considerable acclaim and scholar of exceptional accomplishment. I have a cat, a library, and a weakness for a good glass of wine. And if the mood takes me, I'm known to try my hand at poetry. There.
Okay. But you is the person I was interested in, not your hobbies.
Certainly. That I have a great respect for privacy, for instance, especially my own.
Okay, I'll let it go. I'll let it go. We will not peer into your brain. Oh, hey, look. There's actually another spot for another party member who's definitely not going to be Karlach. Anyways, So, hey, look, exclamation mark. Hi, Withers. 1 health. Okay.
We meet again, as predicted. I shall be here in thy camp, for whenever thou hast need of my services.
You were sorting something before. What are you doing?
Beyond mortal realms, there doth exist an amalgamation of spirits akin to thine own, ensnared by the treacherous cult of the Absolute, felled in its name. They bear great discontentment with their destiny. For a mere pittance of coin, I might summon the worthiest among them to lend aid to thy undertaking.
Recruiting custom party members. Anything else you can do?
Should thou or any of thy compatriots perish, I will cleave soul to body once more.
And how can you do that?
Because it is my calling. There is little else to explain.
Are you a chosen of Jurgle? Because that would explain everything. What's the cost? What's the cost?
A matter of coin.
200 gold to just res somebody. Which, by the way, in lore is, and in gameplay is a bargain. That's not outrageous. That's a joke. Who are chosen? Halfway between a champion and an avatar. They're not literally the deity in question, but they're also not themselves. So, let's not do that right now. And there's our class respec, which we do want to try out.
Fate spins along as it should. Dost thou require a new ally? Or mayhaps a resurrection instead?
That would be funny enough. So, I'm sorry. I don't want to be rude. What are you?
There are many answers to that question. None are important.
Usually skeletons can't talk.
Correct.
Are you going to explain further?
No.
I appreciate your honesty. We can attack him. No. No, 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 no. Every adventurer's sense in the world is just red flagging this. This is not someone I want to mess with. This is the freaking janitor from Control right here. Okay, so hang on. So let's save.
Fate, dost thou require
Okay, let's talk about hirelings.
Oh, very well.
Like, Sir Fuzzalump! Sir Fuzzalump! Okay, hold on. So... what if all the dwarves and... oh, it's just one of each, isn't it? I don't mind. Interesting. Yeah, no kidding, hear white noise. So, hang on. Let's recruit Sir Fuzzalump. Join me. Alright, now let's talk to him again.
Fate, dost thou require a... very well. Choose.
That's what I thought. There are 12 hirelings. They're nobodies, but they're... sleep, Evo, sleep. Yeah, considering who this guy probably is, note that I'm still in the realm of speculation. He's probably resurrecting these people. These people are probably dead. So yeah, it looks like we have the same pool of 12. Whoops. Yeah, sure, you. Hang on.
This vessel is at thy disposal. Do what thou wilt.
Why are you talking like that?
This soul remembers its invective. but remembers not its tongue.
Yeah.
The different voice, you recognize the eloquent drawl of Withers, the wraith that summoned the hireling.
They are but echoes. They recall not a manner of speech. Thus I lent them my rhetoric.
Yeah. That's not extremely creepy. I'm surprised you have nothing better to do, Withers.
To speak thusly takes little of my effort. Besides, what better use is there of time than discourse?
Not a bad statement. So... yeah, that's... yeah, that's not resurrection. That's, that's body puppetry is what that is. Which, that's... yeah, these are golems. These are type 1 undead, to use my own terminology. Okay, cool. Cool.
Soul awaits thy command.
Uh-huh. Right. So anyways...
Fate, dost thou require...
let's talk about my class.
As thou desire.
Wow, I can just become a paladin. I can just do that. That's... I knew this was a thing, but... and I'm sure that's a purely gameplay thing, but I want you to understand what that means in lore. Imagine being a level 3 wizard and being like, you know what? No, I feel like being a sorcerer, and now you just have innate blood, magical blood, built into you, and you were just born that way that you weren't. Or, yeah, I just have a pact now with something. Hang on, what do we got here? Apparently we've got options here. So we've got a fiend, which is obvious. Great Old One, which you should not make a pact with. Or an Archfey, which you should not make a pact with. In fact, those are like the 3 worst pact options. That's, I don't mean in gameplay. I mean in lore. Like, that's... yeah, all of a sudden, I can just go talk to my dragon dad and be like, hey, Pops! And he's like, who are you? What? What? The best in lore? In lore, I would say probably, oh god, I forget what it's called, but it's basically an angel. Benevolent Outsiders. There's actually several. Also, a magical weapon is pretty good. A celestial, thank you. Hang on. Let's look up a few options here. Give me a sec. Because I actually did a decent amount of looking into warlocks. Phone hugs, exclamation mark. Let's see. I want this. Here we go. So, we've got the Archfey, which is exactly what it sounds like. The Celestial, which I just mentioned. The Fathomless. So, the Fathomless isn't bad. The Fiend, we already talked about that. The Genie... the Genie's a coin flip. Not one coin flip, it's just like a continuous series of coin flips. The Great Old One, yeah. It's... Hexblade. This is, I mean, Hexblade is argued to be one of the best classes gameplay-wise in 5th edition, as far as Warlock goes. I'm not sure. There's a powerful Undead, which is probably not a good thing. There's the Undying, which is a little bit different from the Undead. Yeah, Great Old One is basically Cthulhu. That's a pretty good way to put that. In actual 5th edition, you get a couple of additional expended spells. Awakened Mind, which is fun. Entropic Ward Thought Shield, which is useful. And, of course, my personal favorite, Create Thrall, excuse me. Which is exactly what it sounds like. That's in actual 5th edition, though. I don't know how it is in the game. Sorry. What do we got here? Mortal Reminder. When you land a crit, that creature and any nearby creatures must succeed at a wisdom saving throw or become frightened. It can... yeah, so, patrons are deliberately vague on purpose. In gameplay terms, we pick the Fiend, But it's up to the GM and the specifics of the module to decide which fiend, which specific evil outsider you're following under. Same thing with the Fae, same thing with the Old One, same thing with the Undead. You get the idea. I mean, hard to disagree, Mihawk. So the Fiend gets, when you reduce a hostile creature to 0 hit points, you gain 4 temporary hit points. Aw. Archfey gives you charm or frighten nearby foes with the Feywild's beguiling, disturbing magics. It's just an action. No cooldown. Or rather, no times per day. It's just an action. Yeah, once per turn. A good Warlock Paladin with pack. Actually, I agree with that. It's not bad. We can also become Monk. Oh, yeah. We've gotten good at punching people. Behold our powers. Wizard Warlock. We've already kind of poked a Warlock. We're just good. I mean, we're a Dragonborn. Shouldn't we be a sorcerer anyways? I know. It doesn't work that way. That's the joke. Let's poke at Paladin for a second. What are we gonna go with? Oh, that's right. Paladins don't actually venerate a deity anymore. They venerate an oath. And you have to not violate your oath. Be kind. Shelter the light. Preserve your own light. Devotion is courage, compassion, and duty. Vengeance is die. Also no mercy. But also die. Alright, time to break our oath. I am the knight. Oh, I was going to do that, right. Hang on, I'm sorry. 1 second. I'll be right back. Apologies. Yeah, I'm just checking out the feature. We're not going to reroll. We're probably going to go ahead and be Bard for a while. However, what I think we'll probably go and do... Ooh, Burger King. Hope you enjoy, Mr. Red. What I think we'll probably do is when we get higher up in level, 8, 10-ish, somewhere around there, we'll probably go ahead and try to swap around a bit. That'll be a little bit weird, because gear. No, I'm not going to multi-class. But I honestly don't feel like bothering. But I think we'll go ahead and try that. And that way we'll be able to try out some of the classes we didn't get in the party members. Because right now we do have a Warlock. We know how Warlocks play. And we have a Cleric, and we know how Clerics play. And you get it, right? You get the idea. So, no, I know, Evo. That's the whole idea. I was reading up on that, speaking of which. The reason, the stated reason, why they decided to make the level cap 12 is because this is 5th edition. Not sure if I agree with that, to be honest with you. In 5th edition, I do want higher, but the reason I want higher... Let me explain. Gosh, okay, hang on. God, that's just a giant can of worms. Hang on. Regardless of D&D, just when it comes to RPGs in general, there's a gradient of how much a level matters. We've actually talked about this before. It's come up recently, even. I personally tend to prefer staircase leveling. I call it that. I came up with that term. The idea is each level is a nice big jump up in thing. It's gong, and you're now noticeably better, or stronger, or have more kit, or have more cool stuff, or whatever, right? So, whoa, that's a level, right? That's awesome. That's fun, and that's cool. So that can work, but if you give the player too few levels to work with in general, now it's a lot harder to make that work. There's a lot more work and design that needs to go into designing each level to make sure each level feels like a big substantial jump up. I don't think 5th edition does that. I know that, at the very least with Monk, but also with regards to Bard. Because, yeah, empty levels... There's not as many dead levels in 5th edition, but there are still dead levels. So when you only have 12 levels to work with... Now, hang on. There's another problem here, too. This is... So, hang on. Sorry, I'm getting way off topic. I apologize. So, I prefer staircase leveling. If you shrink the levels, you have to make each level matter, and they don't. So that's problem number one. Obviously, the opposite problem is something I don't like either. I don't like when you have 500 levels. I guess we'd call that... Well, I mean, obviously, Final Fantasy X is a big example of that. But, Path of Exile. That's it. Path of Exile, at least when I was playing it, which is admittedly a long time ago, had the micro-levels problem, too. If your power level is constantly going up in tiny little minuscule things, that doesn't feel good, and it doesn't really feel like you're making progress, and there's no big thing. That's a preference thing. You can still design that well. You can still design micro-levels to be good and bad. That's separate from preference. But yeah, so here's the other problem, though. Cool stuff. This is what I mentally always think of as the Final Fantasy VII problem. Let me talk about Monk specifically, because I have the most experience in 5th edition with Monk. So at first level, you can punch things. Cool. You also gain, you get to add your wisdom modifier to your AC, as long as you're not wearing armor and not wielding a shield. You use your dexterity instead of strength on attack. You can roll a d4 in place of normal damage, and when you take an attack, you can make a bonus attack to do another punch. Okay, that's cool, but that's pretty basic. At that point, at level 1, your options are punch things, and you have some armor, and that's it. And I'm not going to go through every level here. But let's skip forward a little bit. So when is the first cool thing you get? Because that's important. The cool thing. So, of course, the first cool thing you get is at level 2. You gain access to key. Okay, cool. Right? Well, not really. because ki is extraordinarily situational, is how I would call that. Generally speaking, most classes get their first cool thing at 2 or 3. Which is 3 is where pretty much every class gets its first subclass thing. Monastic tradition is the thing for monks. Okay, so you get a cool thing at 3, right? Well, when's the next level when you get something cool? Level 7. Or 6. I'm sorry, I misread the chart. I was like, that doesn't sound right. It's level 6. Multi-attack. I guess you do get another attack at level 5, which I firmly disagree is a cool thing. You get to roll another dice per turn. That's it. You get another punch. And that's kind of what I'm leaning into here. So, is Monk demonstrably better at level 5? Yeah, because it gains another attack. And that means it can now make 3 attacks per turn, which is cool, right? Well, no, it's not cool. It's useful, but it's not cool. I know I'm using weird terminology, but just bear with me for just a second here. Because there's 2 completely separate axes that we're discussing here. There's practical, useful stuff, and then there's cool stuff. Practical, useful stuff, sure. Cool stuff, Now, the first cool thing we get is actually, it's actually not. So at level 6, we get a new monastic tradition, which can be cool. It is not necessarily. After that, their next cool thing is at level 10. Think about that in the context of the game we're playing right now, by the way. After that, level 13. And arguably level 15, and after that, either 18 or 20. Depending on how you define that. Now, if you're paying attention, you're thinking, oh, well, that sounds like a decent spread, and you're not thinking about the fact that level 20 is A, the cap, and B, way backloaded. You don't get anything that's cool until level, I would say, honestly, 10 and upwards. Most campaigns, you're not even going to reach level 10. This is the FF7 problem. You don't get new toys, new kit, new features to play with until towards the end. It's all backloaded. And you may never get there. And worse, well, sorry, I said the wrong order. It may take forever for you to get there, and worse, you may never get there. So if you cap us at level 12, we never get, just to use Monk as an example, Tongue of Sun and Moon, which allows you to speak with all entities regardless of, as long as it's a creature that can speak, you can speak and understand their language. You can communicate with anything with language. Great feature. Diamond Body, here, let me scroll down here. Let's actually read the specific things here. Diamond Body, which allows you to get proficiency in all saving throws and spend a key to reroll a saving throw if something goes bad. Useful. Cool. Timeless Body, which makes it so that you do not age and cannot be aged magically. You also no longer need food or water, which sounds boring, but actually, no, that is extremely useful in several situations. And again, it's cool. Empty Body at level 18, which we will never get, allows us to spend key points to just become invisible. Also, you just gain resistance to anything other than force damage. Also, you can start astrally projecting for ki. At level 20, this one pissed me off the most. At level 20, the ultimate ability you get as Monk is Perfect Self. When you roll for initiative, if you have no ki, you can regain 4 ki. That's awesome. It encourages the player to spend their ki regularly, and it encourages them to think tactically about when and how they use it, knowing that they will have the option to go ahead and regain a small amount of ki at the beginning of any fight. But you get that at level 20. That's underpowered as hell for level 20 ability. And it's way down at the end. Again, you'll probably never get it. And even if you do, it will take you forever to get there. And you see my point. So this is why this is one of the reasons why the level 12 cap bothers me. Because to go back to exactly what Colgrim was just talking about, even if you're thinking purely practically and not in terms of cool stuff, because that's understandable. Cool stuff is very, very subjective. But even if you're thinking purely in terms of practicality, you get something worthwhile on Monk at level 2, level 3, level 5, which is when you get the extra attack, and you get my point. And you see there's levels where it's just, Yeah, exactly, Lord Harrimont. But this is still a problem regardless of D&D, which is why I'm bringing it up here, which is why I hesitate whenever I stare at something that has a really low level cap. I hesitate because it's, in my experience, most games don't get a low level cap well done, to be perfectly blunt. But the problem here is we actually have both issues staring us in the face, because on the one hand, we have the fact that they're trying to follow 5th edition as closely as possible, and functionally, level 12 is huge. Level 12 is a continent mover in 5th edition. When you get to level 13 and upwards, you start to get into the big boy territory, right? To give you a bit of a perspective, I was level 14 when I defeated Demogorgon on my monk in the campaign we were playing for the Out of the Abyss campaign. That's what level I was for that. So that's the range, right? So obviously they don't want you to become, a god puncher. By strangling him with a chain. Shining moment. Shining moment. By the way, there's a pretty bad thunderstorm. I just went out and looked at it. So if we go offline, that's why. Just let you know. Anyways, so it's okay. It's almost lunchtime anyway, so I might just chop off early and see how we go with that. My point is, they don't want you in a metal bikini. They don't want you to be super ridiculously overpowered, because at that point, the story's going to suffer from it. But at the same time, they're still shackling themselves to a system where you just don't get, frankly, enough every level to really make those minor levels feel like a big boost. You see my point with all of this? And I'm not saying this game in particular has this problem. I'm saying that if you sat down as a GM running 5th edition and said, you're going to be capped at level 12, my first reaction is going to be, because it's problematic immediately right out of the gate. And yeah, I don't know, Nugget Cruncher. I do not know. And yeah, there's all kinds of issues that are brought up by this. So, I'm not saying... Sorry. This is a long and very rambly way to say that having a low level cap is not inherently the problem. As it always is, it's what you do with it. And we will have to judge what they do with it. Because, who knows, right? Unfortunately, and this is a damn shame, this game is not Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, where you can actually see, what you're going to be throughout the levels ahead of time. That would be invaluable right now for me to look at and judge how they design the classes, because I know they're changed from 5th edition. Being most familiar with Monk, that would be the first one I would look at. In fact, I just walk over and be like, hey dude, make me a monk.
Fate, dost thou require...
Yeah, make me a monk. So I can just be like, boom, I'm a monk. Bam! And now I'm a monk, right? Yeah, that's cool. Alright, cool. And so now, hi Lalamas. So now I can be like, hey, what do we got as a monk? And I can kind of gauge it a little bit. Debate and determinate. So like I said, we just hit level 2, right? So what do we get? We get an additional key, which means this is important. And I know, Colgrim, you already said this, but I'm just showing my work here. They already showed that you get key at level 1 instead of level 2. Good move. As I said earlier, several builds in 5th edition, several abilities, several class features should be moved forward, in my opinion. There's too many cool things, too many interesting things, too many worthwhile things that are just a little bit later than they really should be. Someone else said it. Sorry, it wasn't Colgrim. I apologize. I'm stupid. So what do we got here? So we can burn a key to dodge. We can burn a key to double movement speed and jump no longer. I used the hell out of this ability in my campaign. And disengage. Yep, we can burn a key to disengage. We also have unarmed... So this is all the stuff we had from level 1. So we got unarmored defense. We can use dexterity instead of strength if dex is higher. We can do 1 to 4 unless normal is higher. We can do unarmed. There's the bonus unarmed attack. And we're increased movement speed, which, that's interesting. That means our unarmored speed was actually pushed down to level 1 instead of level 2. So that's 2 features that were shoved from level 2 in order to level 1. So it's already kind of proving my point here. So let's go ahead and accept this. Let's go to level 3. Let's see what they do at level 3 now. Yep. Okay, so hang on. So first and foremost, we gain deflect missiles, which, yep, that is level 3. Deflect missiles Deflect Missiles was extremely situational, but damned if I didn't get some good use out of it every time it showed up. The way it works in 5th edition is I can use my reaction to use my dex modifier plus my monk to reduce the damage from a missile attack, like a bow or an arrow or whatever. If it's reduced to 0, I can not only deflect it, but I can actually grab the damn thing and make a free attack roll to then attack them with the arrow they just threw at me. That's something that's cool, by the way. So, subclass, level 3, cool. We've got Way of the Open Hand, Way of the Shadow, Way of the Four Elements. So Way of the Four Elements is, of course, a spell-casty kind of a thing. Way of the Open Hand is you really like doing, you know, this kind of stuff, right? So possibly prone, possibly stagger, and possibly push. Way of the Shadow. So first of all, you can succeed as a stealth check, so you can stealth as a bonus action. Pass Without Trace, which is extraordinarily useful. We actually got some good use out of that in our campaign. Shadow Arts of Darkness. It's a darkness effect. Dark Vision, which, yeah, grants them a dark vision. And Silence. All of this is extremely useful. We also gain Minor Illusion. So all of this is fantastic if you're going stealthy. And pretty sure these are the defaults. Hang on, let me double check here. Monastic Tradition. Oh, it doesn't list the defaults that are in the player's... Oh, no, it does. 4 elements, Open Hand, and Shadow. Yeah, there you go. So those are the ones in the player's handbook. Sorry, I'm looking at the other ones that are here. I see what you mean, Pilgrim. Okay, so let's pretend we're going to go with the boring one. We're going to go Open Hand. Yes, okay, cool. I think we're level 4? Nope, I'm wrong. I was going to show up level 4, too. Damn. But you get my point. They're clearly already doing micro-optimization of the builds in order to try and make them a little bit more viable. And I can tell this because I know monks, and we've just proved it word to word. So we'll see. We're going to have to gauge that, though, at a later level. And that's the point. That's why we're not going to respec until we're, like, level 10. Because I want to be able to see what they've done with the classes. Make sense? Either way, let's load game before we did all of that nonsense. I want to make sure that's the correct save. Does that look right? That looks right. Okay, cool. I'm hopeful, too. Because it's entirely possible that even though there's only 12 levels to play with, that it works. We have seen a couple of dead levels, but we haven't seen too many of them. So we're going to have to jot down a potential. We're going to write down here, dead levels, question mark, and we're going to have to gauge that when we do that. We are going to put in respec. That's a pretty freaking good respec. That's, I'd say, at least a double respec positive. I could probably be talked into a triple. Because we can change our class, we can change our build, we can change our base attributes. We could just etch-a-sketch ourselves into whatever, and it costs us 100 gold. I'm not even sure, like why that's even 100 gold at that point. That's such a pittance. Really, Armed Devil, nice. Yes, actually, they are Dark Twin. In fact, I have it under power progression curve right there. I'll write a note there to make sure I don't forget about it. It does let us change our subclass. In fact, yeah, it doesn't let us change our race and our background. We're always going to be a Dragonborn, and we're always going to be a Dark Urge. But the fact that we can respec everything else, and all we have to do is go to camp, which, near as I can tell, is basically a teleport button. Like, to my knowledge, there's no detriment to just being like, hang on. So I'm gonna leave. Let's go 5 feet. Wait! Now let's go to camp. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure we actually know that there's some places that we can't camp because we already encountered that, which makes sense. But it looks like, yeah, anytime you have access to the camp, you can respec, and that's pretty good. You know, honestly, I'm already kind of talking myself into a triple. I don't think it's the best respec ever, because that's WoW, but that's still a really good respec. Lack of showing progression does suck, but respec helps you build out of that. Because here's the deal. Well, I would prefer that they tell me what's coming. The flat fact of the matter is I can just try stuff out if it doesn't work for me. Like, I can't build myself into a corner. Good night. Not here. Have a good night. I can't build myself into a corner because I can build myself right out of it. That's one of the benefits of a good respec system. Builds. I need to write down builds, speaking of which. I mean, that's exactly what WoW does, Colgrim. Well, no, actually, WoW... WoW has a better respec system because it's connected to other mechanisms which aren't the respec, which are better than Guild Wars 2. But Guild Wars 2 and WoW would both get pretty much the exact same triple respec positive for pretty much the exact same reason. Are you out of combat? Okay, respec. That's it. Go respec. WoW will get additional positives for the interface involved therewith, and I'll show that off when we get there. Yeah, WoW has templates. WoW has built-in templates. WoW has custom templates. WoW has importable and exportable templates. WoW has... I can't... God, it's so good. WoW lets you see every talent that you had in your previous build while you're building a new build, so you can kind of have a guidance of what you had just done in case you forgot. WoW also lets you do not a full respec, which I know sounds like a strange positive, but what I mean by that... Good night, Eva. Have a good sleep. What I mean by that is WoW's templates and builds is primarily on its talent system. If you want to adjust one talent instead of respecking to active vanilla and then rebuilding yourself back up from scratch, you could do that. Imagine, so let's go back to the thing Dr. Winter was just talking about. Imagine if you accidentally took one additional level of Bard. Rather than having to etch-a-sketch and rebuild from scratch, you could just remove the one build, or remove the one level, and then put it back in where it's supposed to be, like that. I don't mean to overpraise, but WoW has an incredibly good talent system right now. It's bonkers how good it is. I'm still gushing about it, and it's been months since it's been implemented. It's very new. It just came out with the recent expansion, and it's really, really, really good. We'll gush about it when we get there. But, getting back to the point at hand, this is still a very, very good respec. So I think I'm going to go ahead and go with the triple respec here. How would I rate the old WoW respec? Which one? There are several. No, I agree, Colgrim. Me and Pax have said for years, Blizzard was at their best when they were not innovating, but when they were taking other people's ideas and iterating on them, trying to improve them, trying to polish them. And that's exactly what they did in Dragonflight twice on Guild Wars 2 in both directions. They took the mount system, and they made Dragonflight out of it. And they took their spec and rebuild system, and they made the new spec and build system on it. It's exactly what Blizzard is good at, and has been good at for years. Hell, you could argue that they've been taking ideas from FF14 and Dragonflight, but that's getting off topic at this point. What am I doing? Sleeping! Right, we've done all this stuff. Withers is there. We can hire hirelings. I feel like that's at least one gameplay positive. I think it's only one. But the fact that you can have, party members or custom party members feels like a positive worthy. You can fill your party with randos who can be whatever you want to if you want to. But hang on.
What's next? I must...
There's something I haven't tested yet.
Ah, another. Thy name has been recorded. I shall be here in thy camp for whenever thou hast need of my...
Yeah, you see what I'm thinking, Mihawk. So, can you help me change my class?
As thou desire.
You know what? Maybe you shouldn't be a cleric. Maybe you should be a warlock. I am a devotee of Shar. No, you're not. What? You know what? Hang on. We're gonna make you a druid of Shar. What? Oh, hang on. Can we decide? It looks like we can't change who she follows, but we can change her domain. Oh my god, we actually could turn her into a war cleric. That might not be a bad idea. And we can turn her into a paladin of Shar. Or a barbarian of Shar. Make the nuts. Oh my god, hang on. Let's just confirm. Hang on. Lord Haramont's correct. We've got a much better idea here. She's a fighter, which is neat and all, but hang on. I've thought of something even better for you.
Ah, I shall be here in thy camp as thou...
You know, I just... Have you considered a career change? They're all good. That's the best part. They're all good jokes here. Oh my god, seriously, Yura? Like, Bard, Barbarian, we turned her into Cleric. She's already a frickin' Zealot, right? Make her Paladin. Sorry, I'm thinking about my actual makeup, because this is nice, and I don't think we're gonna mess with this right now. Lol, Golgrim. So let me think about this for a moment. We've got a Bard, a Cleric, a Fighter, a Wizard, a Warlock, and a Rogue. That's not a bad spread. It misses a few, but it's a good mix of the three pillars. I think we'll stick with that for now. But the fact that we can just rotate them around to whatever the hell we want to. So we actually have a very small amount of precedence for judging party members when it comes to video games. It usually doesn't come up because it's usually not really a thing. It's either an aspect of kit, aka you know, how interesting or fun are the party members to be a party, like in a Final Fantasy game, for example, or a Chrono Trigger. Or how useful they are to you as they're off doing their own things, like in, say, Mass Effect. But I believe this is only the second game we've ever reviewed that has a party in this sense of the word. We haven't actually reviewed a lot of CRPGs in the current system. So I don't think we have a lot of precedents to draw from here. Let me pull up the DOS 2 review for a second. Yeah, I think DOS 2 is the only game we've covered that does this, and that was kind of an old review. One of the earlier ones after the Oblivion line. Yep, right there. 4 months. It was 4 months after the Oblivion line. DOS 2 was February 19th, 2021. Well, Mass Effect was different, because Mass Effect doesn't have this. Mass Effect has Kingdom Hearts party members, right? They're there, and they kind of suck, but how useful they are, how good their AI is, that's the measuring stick there, right? You know, giving you the armor power, or actually being able to shoot the enemy once in a while. We haven't reviewed Dragon Age after the Oblivion line. In fact, I'm pretty sure... One moment. Let me pull up the genre sheet. Let's pull up the RPG category of the genre sheet. Here we go. Yeah, Dragon Age is next. Good time to establish this precedence. So, we've got DOS 2. PoE 2 is apparently post-Oblivion line. Pillars of Eternity 2. I honestly forgot that it was that recent. And, Fallout 1 and 2. And that's it. That's the full list. Oh, and Wasteland 3. My bad. Forgot about Wasteland 3. So, sorry, that's actually more than I thought it was. Wasteland 3. Pillars 2 impressed me in a lot of ways, but, yeah. It scored pretty well. In fact, I believe it's currently our second best CRPG we reviewed, only beaten by the juggernaut that is DOS 2. Hang on. Hang on. Hold up. I think I have a flaw in my spreadsheet. I do. Sorry, I thought so. Need to trust my own memory, apparently. Pillars of Eternity 2 was before the Oblivion line. Like 2 years. That was 4 years ago. 4.5 years ago. Why is it in the genre list? I was wondering why that score was so relatively low, because I was like, it scored pretty well. Then I looked at the golden number, I was like, that's low for PoE 2. Like, that's because it's the old system. Right? It's just boop, get rid of that. How did that even end up in there? Whatever, I'm getting way off topic. Party management is actually several different mechanisms, and again, we don't really have a lot to pull from on this. Not really. We have given a positive to DOS 2 for the malleability of the party, being able to set them up as whatever you want to. Technically, that's kind of a respec positive, but it's more you can set up your party to be whatever you want to, which is kind of its own thing. So we will go ahead and jot that down, I think. We do also have the 2 skippable dialogue problem, which we've already run into in this game. Yeah, that's what I meant, Blade Jabal. Although the mirror was free, if I'm remembering correctly. Now there's the combat thing. We did actually give it that negative. Go figure. Thought we would. Yeah, no kidding. I did not like the skill books in DOS 2 at all, or DOS 1 for that matter. Having to just straight up Google who sells what so you can get the spells you want, that's just irritating. And there's no real, well, there is only some logic into who has what with regards to those damn books. Probably Damashi. Probably. I mean, that's true of Bragman, but that's true in D&D as well. No, I mean, in DOS 1 and DOS 2, you can actually learn spells from any of the fields. Spells is the wrong word. Abilities from any field, as long as you have the stats in it. I think we'll go with that. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. Okay, so let's reload again. Sorry. And let's leave you a teaser before we chop off for lunch. Yeah, imagine playing with the archer build, Estus Flakes, in DOS 2, and never getting the fly into the air and attack from above ability. Also, I'm sorry, Yura. Okay, so I think we've examined the town. We've given a lot of positives. Decent campsite. I will say, so... Sorry. One of the things I talked about earlier was one of the biggest irritants to me when it comes to hitting the town and talking to your party is time, padding, right? I hate hang on and then walking from the airlock and then going down and then sitting, waiting for the elevator and then walking forward and then clicking on the door and then going through I hate that. I do like the fact that this is a nice, small campsite. This is something I talk about a lot when it comes to town design in terms of gameplay. Certainly designing a town from a story perspective is important, but a lot of people don't think about designing a town from a gameplay perspective and making things near each other, trying to limit the amount of needless padding or walking, trying to make it so that there's a lot of things that complement each other in terms of where you put which NPCs and stuff. Like having flow is important too, but there's actually a word I'm trying to think. Synergy. That's it, synergy. A lot of synergy into which interactions you can do where, like having, you know, the crafter right next to the vendor who sells the crafting materials, or having the auction house person right over here right next to the mailbox. Little stuff like that, right? It's all gameplay. Anyways. I've tortured you enough. Especially you, Bragwood.
Better not be cursed.
Let's get a good night's rest. And now we have exclamation marks over everybody's heads.
What's up for discussion?
Wait, where's my clothes?
Finally, some good fortune. Come morning, we know what to do.
Where are your
The
clothes?
sooner we find the Druid house in, the better. I can't wait to get rid of this thing in my head.
Why? Okay. Why? Just why? Like ignoring the obvious fact that we're just like, hey. But also, look at our pose. Like, we're just straight up like, yep. Oh, milady. No, it's just flexing the pecs there. Oh my god. Yep, just proud of myself. Proud of what I got going on here. Like, even her lingerie thing doesn't bother me as much as the fact that we just don't have a shirt on. Whatever. You know, this could be our last night together. Also, I hate to interrupt this humorous bit, but you notice that she's like, oh, thank God, we found Halcyon. What do you want to bet we've already missed out on several bits of dialogue because we've advanced the plot sufficiently to be at the find Halcyon step? I might have to actually double that overly skippable negative. Because, holy crap. Anyways.
Head to Baldur's Gate. Someone's waiting for me.
Who?
Let a girl have some secrets. Was there anything else?
Share your wisdom. I have an illithid power. How you feeling?
The same. These parasites are proving suspiciously benign. But suppose I turn. What would you do?
I'll keep you tied up while I look for a cure. Which is extremely stupid and doesn't work, because once you've turned into an illithid, you're gone. Like, there's no real-life analogy I can use to explain this properly. Sorry for getting out of character, but when you're turned into an illithid, you're gone. The illithid is now here. It's a new creature. It is a new entity. You are not that illithid. That illithid is a totally new entity. This isn't some metaphysical thing. This is straight fact. Yeah, also, yeah, they don't need their limbs to kill us very quickly and easily. But, yeah, let's just say it. Let's just say it. Let's see what she says to this.
Wise. Though, I hope you'd miss me after I'm gone. I think I would if the positions were reversed. But you're right. If we're to make it through all this, there can be no room for hesitation. You're doing well. It's a beautiful night. I think I'll stay up to enjoy it while I still can. Rest well.
Yeah, so I'll get more into it because I feel like the game's gonna get. Oh my god, look at our outfit. Can you please tell me that we have the ability to change our sleeping clothes? Do we not? Is this just determined for me? Am I just wearing whatever this nonsense is? Yes, I did, Dr. Winter. Ours is just underwear. You know what? Yeah, let's go get those deluxe edition clothes. That sounds like a good idea. Which was this. There we go. What do we got? Cape of the Red Prince. Aha. Wait, and the bicorn of the Sea Beast? Really? Aw. Yeah, it's not okay. Whatever. Well, okay. Take all. I mean, fair enough, Fab Alex. The Red Prince is from DOS 2. He's a character. So is the Beast. So is the Rogue, and so is the Bard. That's from DOS 2. Oh, it doesn't show it. Whatever. Yeah, I actually liked the Red Prince a lot more than I thought I would. When I first saw him, I was like, screw this guy. But he quickly grew into one of my favorites in DOS 2. The actor helped, I think. Yeah, what else? Just take everything. What do we got? What do we got? Let's go ahead and send this stuff to camp. Send to camp. Send to camp. Yeah, can I sort by type? There we go. Type. Supply pack. Yeah. Gotta do a little sorting here while we're here. Perfumed letter? Oh yeah, this is the lovebirds who were going to Baldur's Gate and then died. Because, you know, that's a thing that happens in this game. Go in there. Arcanist of Athlica, recluse of Ramazith's Tower, seeks brave and enterprising individuals to delve treacherous temple and recover storied artifact, the Night Song, for preservation of Baldur's Gate. What is this, a British thing? Yep, there's the quest. Okay, cool. Frights? Deep, thick-cut chips fried in beef tallow, evoking memories of leisurely promenades along partially frozen rivers. Haggis, an ancient dish, as well as the halfling race, traditionally served with neeps and tatties. Poutine, fries, cheese, and gravy, a perfectly balanced meal. Stout stew, food should not fit so snugly or warmly in the gut. It's like a brothy hug. Mixed coffee, the harsh but invigorating coffee in this drink is tempered by soothing milk tea, best supped in the grand plazas of music and blue-pink light. Sun-dappled paella. The smell of the sea wafts gently from this warm, delicately spiced dish. Potion of animal speaking. No, really, you should talk to animals. Potion of flying. I don't need to add anything to that. Potion of mind reading, potion of featherfall, and elixir of hill giant. A sliver of a hill giant's fingernail is suspended in this potion, and the foul stench renders it unpleasant to swallow. Interesting, Damashi. I was wondering, because, like, that's Canada, right? I don't remember where paella is from. I've had paella. Stew is obvious. Haggis, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about frights either, for that matter. Yeah, let's grab all of that. Paella, Spain. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm rather suddenly reminded of a Simpsons joke. Hey, paella man! Points if you get it. I do not, Ickit. I have since sold them. Why do you ask? He should honestly be on Styrian. Sure. I think that's everything. That's what I thought. This is what sort to camp actually means. It puts it in here. Okay. No, I do not. I just have not figured out how to change my damn clothes. I'm guessing it's this. Oh, alright, whatever. It's something. We'll figure it out. Alright, that should probably go in the key bag. There we go. Yeah, I've got the hat on, but as you can see, I don't have it. I have no hat.
You know, I've been thinking, reflecting on what tomorrow might bring. When we find the Druid, will he know how to bring the worm under control? Will this little adventure of ours be over?
I mean, you'll stop. Let's be honest, that's probably the only reason you can be out in daylight. In fact, I can't believe you haven't even mentioned that yet.
Good. I don't want you to run off just yet.
Asterion.
You're quite the ally after all. Traversing Avernus, surviving the crash, surviving everything that's followed. I'm not easily impressed by people, but you're stronger than I gave you credit for.
That's actually valid, Dr. Winter. I should mention that I am presuming the worm is keeping him safe from the sunlight. Something has to be. He as a vampire, he was out in daylight with no issues. There's something going on there. So, I have many talents if you want to explore them.
You have your charms. More than you think.
The smile on his pretty lips is a touch too composed, a bit too perfect. He may not mean a word he says.
Watch yourself, Asterion.
Oh. You're no fun.
No.
Sleep
Not.
tight. I'll see you later. I'm sure.
Now let's go talk to the Zealot. The other. I like how the two characters I dislike are right next to each other.
A fine evening.
What are you wearing?
The moonlight shines warmly on us. The breeze caresses our faces. Hideous. All of it. Would that I were doing battle up there, among the tears.
What's the tears?
Look above. Watch the moon cross the sky. The tears follow behind it. Rocky bodies tumbling through the sea of night. One of them is my crash. Kalir.
So...
Your curiosity is to be commended. Githyanki are hatched in creches all throughout realm space. Kalir is one of many. It's there I first saw a Kithrak mount a red dragon. Where I slit my cousins' throats at the Vash's command. But enough of this. You are wasting your resting time. Come dawn, we resume our search for a creche.
I think what I dislike most about her outfit is it's simultaneously too much and too little. Like, her top, I know you can't really see it now, but her top is like, it's essentially a bra, but it's got, 1, 2, 3, 4 additional straps on top of the stuff that's required to keep it up and up. Just so she has extra leather all over the place. Then there's the fact that, for some reason, she has this gigantic-ass belt with a buckle that's almost as big as her stomach on it. Just there. Okay. Let's talk to characters I actually like. Well, one character I actually like.
A tingle runs through your head and down to your feet.
Ah, there it is. That shiver. Our little brainworms have made fast friends, it would seem. How do you feel?
Like I'm looking at someone who's wearing some actual clothing. That's not fair. Asterion was wearing a perfectly good outfit.
Surprising is just the word, isn't it? Before the Illithid's unscheduled surgery, I'd felled hundreds of beasts and a fair few fiends. The tadpoles weakened me, suppressed greater talents, but beyond that, I've showed no signs of turning. No nausea, no pain, not even a hot flash.
Yeah, this is weird. We could probably dig up some poison mushrooms if you're that keen to feel sick.
I speak out of curiosity, not wishful thinking. At least I'll know to skip supper if you're doing the cooking.
It was a joke.
Conjecture all night. I suppose the why doesn't matter so much as the what next. And that answer is plain as the horns on a war devil's head. We get these things out. Let's get some rest. Dawn comes sooner than we think.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Oh, you mean in the game? Right, right. Yeah, no, sorry, I've been playing this game till 3 in the morning, so, you know.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Nothing new? Nothing new. Okay, cool. Quick glance around town. I suppose we'll go ahead and finish sleeping. Auto-select, please. Use the required amount of camp supplies to fully rest. Not using enough will only partially recover. Is that a full gradient? I guess. There's actually a way to test that. No. That's a binary. So that means we could spend 6 and then just get a partial rest. So, you know, eat 1 apple and we get half, and half our spell slots, half our hit points, and no short rests. Or we do all 40 and we get everything back. Interesting. Please don't eat my blood. Please. Well, the rogue is sneaking off in the middle of the night. Oh my god. I look slightly different now. First of all, I have a perfectly amazing hat. And I've got a cape now.
Yes?
I mostly just wanted to see myself.
Oh, what's to tell? I'm a magistrate back in the city. It's all rather tedious.
Correct, Pilgrim. There you go. Check it out. Check out my hat. Look at my hat. Anyways, sorry. God, who asked that? Rain 36. There's actually several commands you can use. But yeah, there's review, there's document, there's current. It's all kinds of commands. But review is probably one of the more common ones to pull up the list. Look at my hat. Stop looking at my hat. It's my hat. Oh my god. Okay, hang on.
Let me work my magic.
Blade at the ready.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
That actually looks good. I might stick with that on her. Oh, that's interesting, Colgrim. I did not know that was a feature. Nothing indicated that was a feature. There we go. Now she's got the Helmet of Shar on. I think that suits her. Okay, so we had a Dex and a Con, and both of those are saving
Wish to
throws.
live in more interesting times.
Can I not wear those?
Eager for battle.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
No, I can. Oh, I'm not proficient, so it only shows you stuff you're proficient in. So you can equip anything. But yeah, I'm not proficient in helmets because, you know. Oh no, I'm proficient in leather, aren't I? I am, so why didn't it show the leather one? Oh, I think I see what happened. I think it bugged. And it was, because it was outlined like this, but this wasn't here. Okay. Never mind, we're good, we're good. So Dex and Con. Hi, Sean. I am 15 minutes into my lunch break here, so we're about to cut off.
Pride of the gate.
And don't show it, it's dumb. And everyone's Con.
Well, hello.
Everyone has decent Con, except me. We'll go ahead and put on the Con one ourselves. Except we can't because it's medium. Oh my god.
What am I to do?
Assume nothing.
One with the
See you around, Damashi. We'll put it on him. Wait, it's medium. It's medium. There's no options here. Whatever. Back to me.
No one stopped me yet.
Okay, last thing we'll do before we move forward.
Breathe deep and move.
Something the matter?
Tell me that doesn't look better on her. Just tell me it doesn't. Alright, let's leave camp. Make sure nothing has horribly gone wrong in our absence. Looks like nothing's gone horribly wrong in our absence. Yay! Holy schmoly. You knew. We want to go, this way, it looks like. This way, down here.
Was a time I tussled with hill giants without breaking a sweat. Now, a mere werebear could swat me halfway to...
You'll notice we're having some pretty bad memory lag already.
To us. What festers in our minds may well impel our bodies.
Speaking of which, we got to jot down memory leak issue while we're here. Because we're literally already running into it. It's not as bad as, say, Dragon Age Origins, which will probably be a triple memory leak negative. But we need to shut down the game. Oh, nope, I did. I put it under question mark. That's why I didn't see it. There it is. But what I'm also going to do is go get some lunch.